And we're still waiting for Don, because I'm guessing he's having trouble because Tony had trouble getting in this too. The advocate's on.
Hey, how are you?
Another thing I'm going to do during this.
John's working in the background on the link with you talk over the hour line. People can hear us, but Utah we can't hear. They did a test of it previously. Yeah, we're done.
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by the pound sign.
That's a good.
You are
Good
in the
goal.
meeting now.
Now let's go move on to the next.
Thank you.
Starting to go.
Utah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr.
Hello,
Pendleton,
everybody.
we're just going to start our meeting out here. We have a few introductions to do, and then we'll begin your review.
Okay.
Advocate's on the line.
Thank you.
Who's on the line?
The advocate is on the line. Mr. Pendleton, we also have your advocate online, Edward Callahan.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, is Edward Callahan with you there?
Yes, he's right here. He's
All
right
right,
here.
and I'm being told that Matthew Emerson is on the phone. as well?
I'm here as well.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Is Don coming in?
No Don yet.
No, Don, I emailed him, seeing if he's gonna connect, but
And we have, is Jody on?
Jody's on.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting of the Supervised Release Board for September 10th, 2024 to order. And first we'll do a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Andrew Larson.
Present.
Member Cheryl Ramstad.
Here.
Member Jody Nelson.
Here.
Don Struford, I believe, is on.
He's not on yet.
Online.
He's not on yet.
Okay, not on yet, but we'll be here
Hopefully.
shortly. Irina Alexander is excused, and Paul Schnell is present. We have agenda with action items. I would, at this point in time, would just ask the board if they'd be willing to do to adjust the agenda to move those to after the hearing, since we have Mr. Pendleton present today. Okay, if nobody has any objection to that. Otherwise, all right. With that, I would then turn to Mr. Pendleton and. Mr. Pendleton, welcome. We've had the chance to read the materials that you've submitted. This is an opportunity for you to provide us with some input. I want to make one thing clear for the record, and that there is a statutory requirement that a psychological evaluation be done. And that did not get completed during this process just because of the fact that you're out of state. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. And so one of the things that we will want to do is have that done, and we can talk about that process here at some point in time. But with that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca here to lay the groundwork.
All right. Hello, Rebecca Holmes Larson. I'm Director of the Hearings and Release Unit and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Jeffrey Pendleton Jr., who's present by video at the Department of Corrections in Utah. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board. To my left, Mr. Paul Schnell. And as you heard, we also took roll call of the board members who are present with us here today. Mr. Pendleton is currently housed at the Department of Corrections in Utah. Present with him is Mr. Edward Callahan with the Utah DOC, and Mr. Pendleton also has his advocate present by phone today, Mr. Matthew Emerson. Mr. Pendleton, our records indicate that on September 24th of 2004, you and 4 accomplices caused the death of Robert Berry Jr. with intent while committing kidnapping. Mr. Berry was beaten, stabbed, and his body dumped in the river. A vehicle, along with some of the clothing the suspects were wearing, were also burned. On August 20th of 2007, Mr. Jeffrey Pendleton Jr. was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole by Redwood County District Court. On September 16th of 2016, Redwood County resentenced Jeffrey Pendleton Jr. to life with the possibility of parole after you were found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Pendleton now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 17 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date was originally October 19th of 2034. And given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Pendleton is eligible to be considered for release as of October 19th, 2019. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pendleton. I would like to just start out by asking you to talk a little bit about what you would like to see happen, just given the fact that you became somewhat recently aware of this opportunity to be considered early. So what is it that you would like to see what the board how would you like to see the board acted with regard to your case?
Hello everybody. My name's, Jeffrey. I wrote you guys and I've talked to Matthew and I've just asked him for help, with all my heart. I've asked him for help and I'd like to go to his I believe it's a sober living facility and to do my treatment there under his supervision. And I if my family on my reservation said that they'd be willing to let me come there as well. And we have a treatment program on the Lower Sioux Reservation that is also available. So that's what I would like to do. But ultimately it's up to you guys, of course. And I know I got to do your psychological review you want me to do, and I'm more than willing to do that. And excuse me, I haven't slept very well, so I this is a lot, man. It's a lot. It just doesn't feel real to me. I have so many things I want to say, and now, I'm ready to go home, man. I want to meet my my nieces and nephews. And I wrote something down I'd like to share with you, if that's okay.
Please.
So, I've been going to this class called Smart Recovery that has to do with addictive behaviors, not just drugs, but whatever it may be. And the guy who runs it, his name is Dino, and he's a recovered addict, and he's given back this way. And he said something to me that really resonated with me, that I wrote down because it would just, he told me, he said, Jeffrey, are you ready to live life on life's terms? You have to be ready to do that, meaning like society's terms and on doing right by your family and these things like that. And I was like, it really resonated because I was like, I'm ready to do that, man. I'm ready to live life on life's terms. I can do it. I know I'm not perfect by any stretch, but I'm someone who's come a long way, and it's not lost on me how unlikely this is. For a long time I figured I was going to grow old and die in here, and this was as good as it got for me. And but I am a person who's willing to wake up each day, put my right foot forward, go to work, pay my taxes, and give every spare moment to ceremonies and to my family. That's what I want to do.
So one of the things that you said, when you were ready to take life on life's terms, was you made a comment of doing right by your family.
Yeah.
Can you just describe what does that mean?
It means being there for them. It means choosing them over being selfish. It means being there for for celebrations and graduations and funerals. Not just being almost like a ghost on a phone.
What about the whole notion of doing right? How do you do right by the people who are left behind by your offense?
Put them first whenever I get angry or whenever I have a thought of doing something I know I shouldn't. I need to think of them and know that they're more important and that I don't get to squander my, if you're willing to give me a second chance at life, because they were there for me and they didn't have to be.
When you say they were there for me, are you talking about when you were a kid?
Since I've been in here, my family has been there and been supportive, and they could have just left me here for dead. And a lot of them have, but a lot of my family hasn't. And especially my grandparents, they're older now, and I owe them my life. They raised me. My dad was in prison. He was in Stillwater all my life. And my mom was a really bad drug addict, and she was in and out of jail. And yeah, she did the best she could.
Yeah. What about the family of your victims?
I've I wrote a little statement, and I want to make things right with them as well, because as you know, the victim on my case was married to my aunt. He was my uncle,
Yes.
Uncle Junior, and so I tore my family apart, and I'm wrong for that. I'm wrong for that, and I want to make that right, you know. And I've spoken to my grandma Joan, my dad's mother, and my aunt Carla's mother. I spoke to her about this, and I just said, I wanna speak to Auntie Bo. That's what I call her. Carla's Auntie Bo, and and them, and if and I want to apologize, and I want to make it right somehow. And I asked my little cousin Nolan Berglund. He's a Joshua Ka. He's a pipe carrier for our family. And I asked him if there's some way we could do a ceremony. There's a ceremony called untying the blood guilt, and it was something people did back in the day so that you could let go of it and the families could move on and no one else got hurt. And I asked him to look into it. So I've thought of everything I can to try to make it right. And and I'm sorry. I'm wrong for what I've done, and I own it.
So one of the things that I read that in your letter, and one of the things I want to tell you is that just I was impressed by, and I think is really laudable, is the work you've done to try and connect to the cultural stuff, and I really admire that. I think just in the number of people I've had a chance to meet in this role, certainly that means a lot, and it's an important thing, and I really respect that work that you've done there. The one of the questions that I think sits with me and is the fact that, when I go back and look at the original case here, there's multiple people involved in this situation, and to some level, a level of people pointing at each other for who did what. What happened there, and what was your role in it?
It's hard to explain because I don't know if any of you have ever drank to excess to where you're not all there. And that's not a cop out being forward here. As this was going on, we were at a house party and everybody been drinking, getting high, doing what they're doing. And it's like throughout the night, I have, only way I can describe it is like pictures. I'll get flashes here and there and I get memories of it, but they're muddled. And do you want me to go through the whole thing, or do you want me
from a high level perspective, what happened there? And what you did, your involvement in it. That's what I'm really.
That's what you wanted. That's what you're getting at.
Yes, your involvement.
So me and Junior had a running issue, I guess you'd say, and we had fought a couple times before this, and he had beat me up, and he had choked me, he had blackened my eye. There was no love lost there, I guess you might say. And so I got into a fight with him at the party. I do remember that. I don't even remember the first trip, really. I don't remember it really. The first time we got in that truck, because I had been drinking all day and all night till that night. And I remember it, but I don't, man. I do remember it. It's like I said, it's like flashes. Because I had a bad habit of drinking and keep drinking till I was blacked out. Even with my DWI report, you can see I was so drunk, I was talking to someone who wasn't there in the holding cell with me. I thought someone was there. I was talking to them. And that's, like I said, it's not a cop out. I did what I did.
When you say I did what I did, what is that? What did you do?
We did take him, and I do remember everybody carrying him. And I do remember being in this truck, and I told them we should take him home and put him, because they had a lawn, a whole lawn set up on the deck with a chair, you swing almost. And I said, we can put him on there and I'll tell Auntie Bo he's here. But Keith and Morris were afraid of him, and they pushed the issue.
So what did you do?
I helped kill him. I did. I helped take him. And regardless of whatever else, I was in for a penny, I was in for a pound. I helped bring him down there. I did all that. I'm not trying to hide from it. Now, as far as did I kill him? I don't remember. When I do remember Morris given like this, and Keith says I did, but I don't remember it. I don't remember it.
So,
Not like that. It's like flashes, like I said, but I did it, man. I'm not saying I didn't.
and we say I did it, you mean you stabbed him, as well?
I believe so, but I don't remember it, man. Like I said, I fell asleep in that truck, and they set it on fire with me in it. Now, whether they meant to or not, Keith says he didn't, but I don't know if I believe that, and
So,
I,
so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to walk through some of these questions I have. So you had, I don't know, I guess a rough go, when you got sent to prison, and, not just in Minnesota, but in a couple other places that I recall. What, talk about that, like what, you struggled, might be a kind way of saying, some of the things that happened when you got incarcerated. Talk about, kind of that journey and that leads you to where you are today.
Um, I so Dennis Pendleton and Robin Pendleton and Jesse Sanders and Chris Sanders, them were all my older cousins, and they were all GDs. They were all folks. So I've followed along in their footsteps. You know what I mean? And I thought, because I didn't have uh, anybody else around, I guess. And that's who I looked up and held to. And when I got to prison, I kind of inherited all of their old beefs and grudges. Same with my dad, because he's been in Stillwater, Oak Park, and Rush City, and Faribault, and I inherited all his old beefs and grudges and his bad blood that he's had with people, and it just followed me. I can go more into it, but everywhere I went, I got pursued, hounded by these native mob guys. That's just, and I guess my dad had beat one of them out of a bunch of money, someone named Red Elk, and they pressed the issue on me, saying, you got to pay that because you're from Lower Sioux. We know you get per capita. We know you get that money, so you need to pay that and make us right. And I'm like, first of all, I don't get that money. I don't get nothing from nobody. And even if I did, I'm not going to pay my dad's debt, because once you pay them, they'll never leave you alone. That's the way it goes. They're always, and it's so they kept pressing the issue on that. It would not leave me alone. And I've tried, and I'll keep trying to make an understanding, especially now because I've quit gangbanging about 5 years ago. I did the modified monitor program here, and I just want to be left alone. So I think that that's kind of how that goes, though, because Dennis and Robin killed one of them, and now they hound every Pendleton that comes in the system, whether it's Big Rob Pendleton, my dad, Alan Pendleton, etc.
So let me just ask this: Could you come back to Minnesota safely today?
I don't know. I'm not 100. I don't know.
Could you come back to Lower Sioux safely?
That I could. Yes. That I believe I could.
What makes you say that?
Because I've reached out through my brother Darren, who's down there, And my sister-in-law, Miranda, who he's married to, she's a secretary for our tribe. And through them and through Lisa DeJarle and other people I speak to from there, I've kind of felt out, you know, and I've talked to Stacy Pendleton, Mari Pendleton, and Jill Pendleton. And the victim was also their uncle, right? And Lisa Pendleton. And I said, you know, does anyone have hard feelings? You know, if so, tell them I apologize. And if they want to talk to me, I'll call them if they want that. But I'm not going to unless they ask for it. And I'm trying to make amends here. I've given the best years of my life to the penitentiary. I don't know what else to do. And I'm trying, you know. And so I believe through through them and asking them to talk to people, and my grandma Joan as well. She's a real respected elder down there. And I've asked her, and she said, "No, Jeffrey, if you come home, everything will be okay." So that's kind of how I get that feeling.
So do you think that you have both participated in and demonstrated the kind of change that indicates that you are ready to use your words, take life as life presents itself?
Yes.
What's the evidence for that? Make the case for that? It's not clear to me. I understand you want that. I understand that there are people who, you know, who are comfortable, but what makes that compelling? What is it that you've done, that the steps that you have specifically taken to demonstrate that you are a fundamentally, not partially, and you know, again, we're not expecting perfection. You said I'm not perfect, but I, you know, what I hear in some of what you're saying is some, you know, some of the things that motivated you to do what you did, or that what people are telling you. But I have not heard you kind of make a case for the changes that you've made, and just for me, I just got to say that that's really important. And so,
Okay.
make the case.
I well, I've I gave up, you know, the gang life. I did this 2-year program here. It's called Modified Monitored. They keep you honest, you know. If you're playing, they won't graduate you. And I did it, man, and I really mean it. I even covered up my gang tattoos, you know, and I I really am serious about that. And I want to do that, man, for my family, because they're what's important now. You know, that's how I feel about it. And I've quit drinking. I haven't drank in 2.5 years, 2 years, or something like that. And you know, I've been going to this smart recovery, this class, and you know, I go to AA every time I feel like drinking. Um, I've the other thing I did, I talked to Matt about this. So we moved to this new facility, and they have 8-man rooms and 2-man rooms. And as a lifer, someone who's been down a while, you can ask for a 2-man room, or you can be like alone, right? And I specifically asked to live in an 8-man. I specifically asked, since we've been here for 2 years now, because I need to learn how to be around people and how to deal with them. And I really, that was a lot for me to go from not having any cellies to only having one to now having 7, to where I have to live with, and these 7 different personalities I have to learn to mesh with. And I've done it, and I've made it work. You know, do we get on each other's nerves? Sure. You know, we're 8 men in prison. Yeah. But I've learned how to develop those people skills, and I did it on purpose for this, so that I would know how to deal with people. You know, I know it's like a muscle. If you don't use it, it gets weak. So
when was your last discipline there?
oh, I want to say like a year and a half ago, something like that. It was about a year ago. I got for pockets, um, for making pockets in my pants. That besides that though, it's been a while since we were in Draper, right? Since we're at the point. Yeah, it's been quite some time, a couple years, 2.5 years since I've had like a big write up, we want to call it. But I've had like, you know, that's the only one I can think of is for like altering clothes, because I wanted some pockets. So,
Right. And so is the desire to change, has that been driven by the fact that in more recent times that the opportunity that is before you today, or does it come from somewhere else?
I'd say when I was about 29, 30, I had um, um, life got to be too much, man. Just too much stress. I couldn't, and I felt like my heart was broken, and I had a mental health crisis, and my dad died, my stepdad, excuse me, not Jeff Senior, but Ronald, and he died of a heart attack. So he died like overnight, and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to him, and it just really, it really messed me up, and I I just said I can't keep living like this. I got to do something else, you know. And thank God that mental health woman in Oak Park Heights helped me. She saved my life. She helped get me on the right meds, and on started to sleep again. And I thank God every day for her, man. Um, and I just said, man, this is getting to be too much. Like I said, I quit banging in 2020, in like March of 2020, long before that legislation or whatever, because I got tired of that negative lifestyle, the self-destructive, over and over, the same thing, the backbiting, the fighting, the drug debts, the this, the that, um, everybody in my business, and then me having to, you know, I just got just grown out of it, I guess. And had I known all these little nuances and the fine print, I would have never joined a gang. But the OGs don't tell you that, because they know better, but they don't tell you that, because then they can't control you. And that's why one of my goals, if you don't mind, I'd like to say, one of my goals is to have a youth gang crime prevention program, because I don't want the kids, the youth on my reservation, to emulate us and to look up to us like we did, like me and Robin did to the older ones. I don't want them to do that for us. I want them to more or less pity us and to not do what we've done. And I'll tell them, go join the army. Go do something else, man. Be a fireman. Be an EMT like my brother Darren. That's cool. Being with your family and raising your children. That's cool, bro. Sitting in the joint, being miserable. That's not cool. You know what I mean? And that's one of my goals I got wrote down on here. I wanted to share with you. And doing a Lakota language revival program that I've read about in the Lakota Times, and so I can learn my language to be more fluent in it. And personal fitness, trainer stuff down on my reservation, because diabetes and obesity is a real problem. And just stuff like that, man. You know, these are goals that I have, you know. So if that makes sense. And
Other members have questions for Mr. Pendleton before we go to Mr. Emerson?
okay.
Did I understand you, Mr. Pendleton, to say that you don't know if it would be safe for you to return to Minnesota?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. To be honest, I think if you bring me back, I'll probably have problems.
You'll
But
like,
I'll come back. I'll probably have problems. But I'll come back and I'll try. And I'll go and I'm gonna do what you say, what you want me to do. I promise you that. I don't break my word to nobody. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. But I'm only one man and I can't control nobody else.
so you're talking about returning to the Minnesota prison?
That's what I mean. Yeah,
As
that's what I
opposed to
thought you
Minnesota.
meant. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I thought you meant. Excuse me. But yeah, if I come back and I go home, I was telling Matt this, I'll go out of my way to avoid people and situations, you know. I really will. You know, my life's more important, and I will not squander my life. Not never again. No. Oh no. I can't look my people in the eye. I can't look them in the face and tell them I'm gonna hurt you again. I did this, or you know what I mean? I can't do that again. You know?
Do
And
you have any reason to believe that the family members of the victim have or would forgive you?
From what I've been told through other people that have mutual friends and mutual acquaintances and things, I believe they would, because a lot of them have been to prison, you know? And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or whatever. I'm just saying that a lot of them, they understand. And, you know, the old saying, time heals wounds, you know. And, you know, I've talked to my grandma Joan, and I told her, Grandma, I'm so sorry. I don't know. Words can't make it okay. Will you tell Auntie Carla I'm sorry? And she relayed that to her, you know, and that I want to make it okay. I can do 1,000 years in here and I can say I'm sorry 1,000,000 times, but I can't bring them back.
Thank you, Mr. Pendleton.
Mr. Pendleton, I have a question. What about CD treatment? I know you said you haven't had a drink in 2 years, which is really great, but do you feel like you need chemical dependency treatment in order to make it outside?
I am an alcoholic. Let me start out saying that. I'll own it. You know, but I'm not a drug addict. You know, that's the one's about as bad as the other. Alcohol is probably worse, man, especially for Indians. But I'm gonna say this: I'll go to treatment. I want to go to treatment. I want to look my alcoholism in the eye and tell it no more. And, my mom, like I said, and my dad were bad drug addicts. And so were a lot of other people in my family. So I never did hard drugs. Even in here, I mean, I stay away from that because it causes too much problems, So I'm not, so if that makes sense. But alcohol, I think is a little bit easier beast to keep control of than say heroin addict, right? And I can do it. I know I can. And I want to do treatment. I've asked Matthew for help. Told him, look, bro, I'm a drunk and I know I gotta do right. I know I gotta go to treatment and really mean it, So yeah, that's where I'm at with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions before we go to Mr. Emerson? Mr. Emerson, thank you so much for being here today and for being a supporter to Mr. Pendleton. I just want to open a floor up to you to provide whatever comments you would like to make.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I've been working with Jeffrey for about 2.5 years now. And I've shared some of my journey through 12 years of sobriety. And it's amazing how just having 15-minute phone calls periodically over 2 years can really help a person. And so I've had an opportunity to witness changing and thinking. He had his head on pretty solid when I first started talking to him. And it's just amazing to see just the future and the possibilities that he's explored since he's had the opportunity to look at the FMLR review. So that's one piece. And I can say that from listening to our conversations over the last few years, there has been no comments of, man, I can't wait to go have a drink when I get out of here or anything like that. And it's been completely positive, completely talking about how can we support family, how can we change, right? And what can we do to be successful when we step out of this place if he ever gets a chance? And listening to Jeff, it was hard for me while you were asking the questions because I wanted to interrupt and be like, Jeff, tell him about this, tell him about that, because we've had so many conversations. And the bottom line here, I think, in my opinion, after listening to him periodically over the last 2 years, I believe he's ready for some type of safe transition. And as you heard from Jeff's comments, the question is, what is a safe transition? And I think that a safe work release program is definitely, something to look at. My housing, I know for a fact that when it comes to the concerns related to gang violence, if he was to enter one of our housing programs with intensive outpatient, it's realistic to say that that would be an excellent stepping stone where he wouldn't have to engage in scenarios that involved gang violence. And if there was something to arise, myself and the other staff that I have would absolutely be able to rise to that challenge to address that issue in the community in a safe way. And so that opportunity to heal in the community, I look at as kind of exciting because, we can really make a change. And also there's in the Twin Cities, there's things like healing circles and restorative justice practice engagements that our organization is connected to. So we can have those safe spaces if there was an opportunity to address some of that historical gang trauma and violence in a safe community setting, which I think would be amazing. And so I don't want to add too much more. I think that's a good place to start. If there was any questions for me, I did want to open the floor for that as well.
All right, thank you. Anybody have questions for Mr. Emerson? All right. Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it, and it's helpful to just hear your experience over the last several years with him. Mr. Pendleton, before I close this portion of the review and turn to board discussion and deliberation, I want to provide one last opportunity for you to provide whatever input or statement you would like to the board before we break into that deliberation.
When I had my pre-board, I guess you'd call it, like a month ago, and he asked me, can you describe yourself in 3 ways? And I said, I'm honorable. I'm not a liar. If I give you my word, I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I promise you that. And I love my family with all my heart, and for them, I'll do right. And I just want to say that I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed of what I've done, and I got to live with it. And I want to try to make things right with my family and my community. And I want to get up every day and put my right foot forward and know that nothing can be taken for granted, because it's not lost on me that I should never leave here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. And at this time, I'm going to close this portion of the review.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yeah.
I've come in late. May I ask 2 questions before you get to discussion?
Yep.
You may have covered it already, and forgive the replication. Where in your plans comes contact or resolution or connection with your family in their living area or their community? Has that been addressed so far?
Are you asking me? Or are you asking me?
The whole group basically is your connection with your family or renewal of that connection, has that been addressed in the discussion so far?
You wanted to answer that? Go ahead, Mr. Pendleton.
What exactly?
He's asking, describe for us describe the reconnection that you've had and the conversations you've had with your family about the possible return.
Oh, I've spoken to them, and especially my grandma Joan. She's 89 years old, and I call her every week, and I, her and I've spoken to her and my dad's brother, Uncle Brian, Uncle Russell, and I've spoken to them, and I just told them where I'm at with this, and that I've apologized, and I've asked them for help, to help me if you guys see fit to let me go home, to help me reintegrate with our family, because a lot of them I don't know them, especially the younger ones. I've never met them. And but my brother Darren, and he's an EMT and a fireman. He's a fire chief for Martin. And my sister-in-law Miranda she's a secretary for our tribe. And I've spoken to her at length about this. As being a secretary, she knows everybody because she deals with those kind of in-house issues and stuff. And she's had a chance to speak to different people, Nicole Berry and Roger Berry and all them, and just and to my auntie Carla, of course, and that's the feeling I'm getting. from what they're telling me.
Thank you. I guess the other follow-up question to Mr. Emerson and to yourself, what are the resources or who else would you trust to address, to go and deal with your family and deal with maybe some of the issues of a release that still may be evident? What resources do you have, or Mr. Emerson, would you have available? Go ahead.
Well,
Let
I
me,
can for that.
Go ahead, Matt. I'm sorry.
So Jeff, when he is back in the community, he will have access to a peer recovery specialist, as well as, which is a person to go along for conversations related to reentry and substance use disorder situations in his home community, as well as I was recently invited by Jeff's family down to the Lower Sioux community for an event, at which point he does have, like he mentioned earlier, the secretary of the tribe, which is one of his relatives, along with others that are there to mitigate those conversations and to support that transformative change. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, like like I said, my grandma Joan, she's kind of our matriarch, if you will. I've spoken to her at length about seeing Auntie Carla and having a pipe ceremony and you know, having and doing it and trying to do it that way. And because all healing starts with ceremonies, that's something that I was taught, especially with a lot of veterans that come back from wars and things. They'll go in the Anipi, the sweat lodge, and it helps them like to deal with PTSD and things like that. And so that's where I'm at with it. But I want to do everything appropriate, right? I don't want to do nothing wrong, but I want to, in a good way, with a good heart, I want to make amends, if that makes sense. So I'm
Thank
trying,
you very much.
Really am.
Appreciate what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'm going to close the discussion and open it up, close the review and open it up now for discussion among the board members and potential courses of action.
One question I have is there a mandate someplace within the department that we have chemical dependency treatment? Because I read the conundrum of having Minnesota approve a Utah-based program and that being a problem. But is there a mandate that he go through that treatment and while he's incarcerated before he's released?
There is a directive or a desire to have that, and we would accept treatment from an out-of-state provider. That's
Thank you.
Not a question.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts from members? Let me just say that I think obviously Mr. Pendleton has had some significant change over the last recent times, and I think that's really a positive sign. And I think if you think about this from the standpoint of progress, the progress has been dramatic from where he started early on. I still have some concerns. Obviously, the chemical dependency thing I think really needs to happen, and I appreciate his desire to kind of demonstrate that he wants to kind of take on almost a bit more leadership and those sorts of things, trying to be a good role model and those different elements. He, as I mentioned, I think, in order to comport with the law, he would have to have this review. The psychological needs to be done, and I think it would be nice if there was a way where we could, see what things might be able to be accomplished in the nearer term, and then have that psychological done. At one point, I had thought about the possibility of transferring him back to Minnesota. I don't know that that's a smart idea. just given the circumstances and the honesty that Mr. Pendleton had around the likelihood that could be a challenge, whether that may not be any fault of his own at this stage of the game, but and I just don't want to create a problem. At the same time, some of those factors are good things that are going to need to be dealt with no matter what. And I think this is one of the other challenges, because I think you can have good solid family support and contact, and then still have the pressures of some of those the vestiges of history that need to get addressed. So just from me, my sense, the psychological needs to be done, that the chemical dependency stuff, and one of the things that I'm struggling with a little bit is this whole notion of I understand that he's accepting responsibility for his role, and I appreciate that. I'm not always hearing as much about kind of his sense of insight into what he may owe the victim by way of the family, the people left behind, by virtue of his actions, and I think that it sounds like that's developing, but may not be fully there yet, and at least I didn't hear that as clearly. So those are just some of the thoughts that I had as I listened to him and as I read through the file.
Really like to see him complete CD treatment in Utah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's beyond the imagination that at some point he returns to Minnesota DOC, because he's going to have to face the Pendletons, whether it's in prison or out in the community, and it might be safer to see what happens here.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, Paul, this is Jody Nelson. I just also want to affirm Mr. Pendleton's connection culturally, spiritually. He's brought up ceremony a few times, which I think is fantastic and should also be considered part of the resources that he can and has been tapping into. I'd certainly want to support that in any sort of plan. And then I'm also, we're kind of walking around restorative work that's been mentioned. I don't know if in Utah the restorative practice program that you have in Minnesota is available, but I think more specifics about restorative work, and I think family's complicated. When Mr. Pendleton talks about family, there's a lot of family there, a lot of branches of that family. And so what are what's the specific plan about restorative work with some members of that family? And I'm aware of the Berglunds, which is relatives of his that I think are going to be a great resource in terms of spiritual and cultural support. So just want to affirm that.
Thank you.
Paul, could you help me with a little bit of the options? One would be remaining in Utah or beyond the state, and what are the options and the timing for any return to Minnesota for any time or to complete the mandatory minimums that are required?
So, we certainly he could be moved. I would agree with Member Brave. There's that at some point in time that probably is going to have to be tested. To what extent we could get the CD stuff done. Here's one of the thoughts I had was could we ask Utah about the possibility of looking at treatment programming availability in Utah, and what timeline that would be, and in the meantime also have a comprehensive psychological done, and maybe we would see him in a matter of maybe it's 16 months, something 18 months. I don't know how long it's going to take just to get through treatment and some of those sorts of things. But I think it also then gives us a chance also to see him, just hearing this conversation, whether it's the RJ stuff and digging into that a little bit more, and probably some of that may come out of even the CD treatment, stuff. But then I think we could look at that possibility of bringing him back at the right location. I think one of the things that the PRT talked about was, if we use our straight custody classification tool today, given some of the things and history that he may come back at a higher level. Now we can override that and move him. I would much rather see him in medium custody, where there is some of the things that are going to be of concern are going to be less of a concern if we were to bring him back. But I also think it'd be really nice to have that CD stuff done and the psych done. And then I think for the board, it's an opportunity to see where things are at, and if moving things forward is better, and that could be coming back for here and getting a little bit of an adjustment, and then looking at some step down possibilities if that's on the table based on what he does.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the action before the board today is, and I would just say this so that Mr. Pendleton can hear it. There is a formal portion of this that the decision is about parole or no parole. And yet the conversation is probably leaning toward, we want to acknowledge the fact that there's progress. At the same time, there are some things that probably all of us feel, or at least I, speaking for myself, feel that need to be done. But I think, the efforts you're making are notable and recognized. So that's kind of where what I'm hearing so far. Anybody else have any?
Well, I'll make a motion for no parole, and then with conditions that are decided upon.
There's a motion to deny parole at this point in time, and is there a second?
Second.
Is motion and a second. Any discussion about the motion on the table? Hearing none, because we have an online, we'll do it by roll call. Member Bray?
I'm in favor of no parole.
No parole. To Member Larson to the motion of no parole.
No parole.
Member Ramstead?
Agreed.
And Member Nelson?
Agreed.
Member Strufert?
Agreed.
Schnell votes aye as well. So the motion to deny is there. So the board is denying parole. At this stage, I think now the conversation is really around what's the term of continuance and what the things would need to be put in place for a next step.
With respect to chemical dependency treatment, if Utah is anything like Minnesota, presumably it's going to be a delay before you can get in. It's not going to just jump right in. And then there's the length of the program. So seems to me maybe we look at a three-year review so that he could complete those and still get his psychological evaluation completed, which I understand could be done out there. Is that right?
Out there, or we can do it remotely here as well. Other
I'd prefer a 1 year continuance. I don't think punishing somebody for 3 years for our lack of being able to provide treatment, then I would think that he should do treatment out in the community. I say 1 year.
I would concur on the shortened time frames for the next review. I think the question before me, at least, is what's available in Utah, and if it's not available in Utah, particularly the psych exam and the CD treatment, I would like to see that available in Minnesota or be considered that it be provided in Minnesota at the next review within a year's time. So the first question is I think it's all needed. It's all essential that CD and the CD in the second exam needs to be provided. I think the question right now is where, and I'd be leaning for wherever that could be done in the most expedient way, and what would we trust? What would we say is an adequate completion? So 1 year is where I'm with Jody right now.
Right. I believe Mr. Callahan from Utah is there. Mr. Callahan, any thoughts on this?
Oh, he's there muted. Hold on. John might have to
Unmute. Hang on 1 second.
You're like a 6, 7.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, well, we have a full residential substance use program here. It varies from like a general outpatient program that is counseling and some packets to an intensive inpatient program all the way up to the residential. It's individual based, so it could be from 3 months all the way up to a year, just depending on what Jeffrey needs. And I would have to defer to the director of the program to see exactly, but I do know he was assessed when he came to Utah as a general outpatient type program, which would be 3 to 6 months.
Okay. And how, from an availability standpoint, is that something that can be accessed fairly quickly or not?
I would, like I just said, I would have to get with the director over the program to see how quickly we could get him started into that.
Okay.
Something else, we do psychological evals here through our board of pardons. That would be something that I could look into to see how quickly I could get that accomplished here also.
Yeah, we can coordinate with you on that just through, we have to make sure there are certain statutory elements that we have to meet here that we just want to make sure, probably would be no problem. But either way, we can work that out either with you all or online. So we can figure that out as we go. That's incredibly helpful. So thank you for that.
Sure.
You know, I'm somewhere in between.
Can I ask a question?
I think that was
somewhere in between 3 years and 1 year. Quite honestly, like maybe there's a middle ground that we could agree on.
There is 50%.
Yeah, well, I like what, 18 months or
18
something?
months would be, 18 months would maybe more in that.
I'm just throwing it out.
I would tend to agree with that. Part of the reason for that is I think 12 months may be aggressive just in terms of coordinating it and getting it all done. I think 18 months is probably maybe a little more realistic. That's just my opinion.
I think from a DOC standpoint, we can work with the Oregon DOC and see what the availability is based on what their director would say and so forth, and then if worse comes to worse, we could look at a medium custody transfer back to Minnesota, do treatment here, which still we have some capacity, but we can work on that and plan that if Utah could not get it done in that time frame. So, are you gonna anything?
I was just going to comment that he's gone through a lot of change within 2 years, and having a little longer period, like another 2 years, would give us a chance to see how permanent that transition and transformation has been. So rather than going at 18 months, I could see 2 years being a good compromise.
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to back up again, though, and say 1 year. I think the proving is in the community.
So probably the best way to address this is through a motion, and that way we can take board action in terms of that. And to move a continuance term, and then what conditions would be included in that term of continuance. So somebody willing to make a motion?
I move we continue the matter for 2 years. Did you want conditions?
Yeah, just add some of the core conditions.
During that time, that opportunities for treatment, chemical dependency treatment, as well as the psychological evaluation, be pursued in the Utah system if it's available there. So the condition would be a successful completion of those two
things. Okay. So it's a motion for a 2-year continuance with a treatment completion requirement and satisfaction of the psychological evaluation requirement grounded in Minnesota law. There's a motion on that. Is there a second?
I would second that.
So a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, point of information. That's 2 years from this date, so we're talking 2026. That motion does not say for us to hear that emotion, the 2 programs or the 2 recommendations have to be completed. Is that that's sort of my understanding of the motion right now?
Yeah, those would be some of the conditions. I would say that as a general term, we do include in most instances the expectation of remaining discipline free, and I think for me it would be nice to explore some restorative justice options. At least would be things, but I wanted to at least have the motion include the core items that the board felt were that continuance term was conditioned upon.
I think the restorative justice is particularly appropriate because what he has had thus far has been through his 89-year-old grandmother's representations, and it's not as direct as it could be.
Yeah.
So automatically a date would be set today for the next review. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would be, if it was 24 months, it would be seen in September of 26. Mr. Pendleton, during this, there's a point of clarification, but we don't debate or discuss your thoughts about this at this stage of the game. So is there a point of clarification you'd like to make?
The substance abuse thing and the psychological review, we could have that done in a year.
Well, okay, so that right now this is going to be our discussion on how long this is going to be, because I just want to make that clear. So we just this at this stage of the game, some of that stuff is really grounded in the board's decision, and go from there. So there is a motion and a second. At this point in time, we'll do a roll call vote. To the motion, Member Bray, yea or nay?
No.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Remstead?
Yes.
Member Nelson?
No.
Member Struford?
No.
And Schnell, Schnell's going to vote no as well. So we have 4 votes no, 3 yeas. So the motion does not prevail.
It's 4 and 2.
4 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we continue in 18 months.
A motion for continuous 18 months, same conditions.
Same conditions plus restorative.
I'll second that.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to roll call vote. Member Bray?
Yes.
Member Larson?
No.
Member Ramstead?
No.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Member Struford?
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. It'll be a 4-2. The motion prevails. Mr. Pendleton, what will happen is the board's action is an 18-month continuance, conditioned upon that successful completion of substance use disorder treatment, and we will work with the folks at Oregon DOC to work through that. We'll also talk about the psychological evaluation that needs to happen and whether that gets done there or by Minnesota DOC staff remotely. We'll work through that. The board would also like to see you participate in some level of restorative justice programming options that may be available to you there. And then as a standard, there is an expectation generally that you remain discipline-free. It becomes really important as you come back in to the board that that we don't see ongoing behavioral issues at the facility. So that's the decision as it is today. Any questions about that?
No, okay. I'll do what you say.
Okay.
We'll get on that to try to get me in there, and however you guys want to do it, I'm going to do what you want me to do. Promise I will.
Yeah, one of the things you said, you talked about being honorable, truthful, and loving of your family. And I think we're going to take you at your word. You're going to do your part here and continue that positive motion progress as we go forward. And so I wish you the best of luck. And our staff from Minnesota will be in contact with the folks there to work through the details of this with you and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. And do we have restorative justice stuff? I think
we'll have conversations with your staff.
Yeah, we'll work with staff there and just kind of figure that stuff out. I think one of the things we will as we do some of this stuff, release planning will become a factor. And there's a range of things for us to work through. But as you get closer to that 18 months, which goes faster than you might imagine, really being thoughtful about that. And in particular, I would just tell you, I think the more you can identify areas of potential risk, that's really helpful. Because we heard from you the areas of places where you have good support, which is really important. But if you can't begin to identify areas of risk and challenge in terms of a transition, that the more you can do that, the more you can begin to prepare for how to manage those situations. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pendleton. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for everybody for your time, and I wish you well. And we'll be back in a year and a half.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Okay. Take
Good
care.
luck.
Take care.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
You have time for a quick.
Yeah, absolutely. If you need to take a quick break.
Great.
So we're going to Stillwater now.
All right. So right now,
Greg is, IT is messaging me. They're not available. I'll talk to Drea.
Yeah. She said that somebody was supposed to wait to.
they should be starting up on the next one. I'm going to put it.
Tua?
Yeah. It was
No.
available. I think they took so anyway, I don't want to get in the.
Hello.
Yes, I'll message her.
Oh, he's.
Hello.
Hello.
We'll be with you in just a few minutes. We have a couple people on a little quick break here, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a break anyhow. So what I'm doing right now is I'm downloading the next individual that should be coming on. Dameion Robinson is in for unenlivening. I haven't pulled up any information on the case, but I'll do so in the next few moments. Oops. Go get pictures on the screen here for you. All right, so while we're waiting right now for them to start right now, I'm going to read off some of this court information that I found here. So on August 24th, 1997, the victim was shot to death by a single 25 caliber gunshot wound to the head. Damn. From close range. Following a jury trial in Hennepin County District Court, Dameion Robertson, appellant, was convicted of first-degree murder of Riley in violation of Minnesota Statute 609.185.
Are you all right, Aubrey?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. Rebecca Holmes Larson here at at Central Office in St. Paul, Minnesota. We're here today to review Dameion Robinson, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in Stillwater. Here with me at the Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervisory Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are the rest of the Supervisory Board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Member Andrew Carlson, Andrew Larson, my apologies, and also Don Strufert, Member Don Strufert. I'm not sure if Jody is present or not. It appears she's
on there. She's on there.
Okay. And Member Jody Nelson. Mr. Robinson has an advocate present with him at the facility, Miss Christina, is it Francois?
Francois,
thank you very much. On August 24th, 1997, Minneapolis police officers responded to St. Thomas Episcopal Church where a body was found inside a vehicle, which was subsequently identified as Durango Riley.
My picture now.
Yeah.
An autopsy revealed that Mr. Riley died after a single gunshot wound to the right side of his head. On July 9th of 1998, Mr. Dameion Robinson was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Today's review represents his initial review after serving 27 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 24th of 2027. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. How are you today?
Fine.
Good. I'd like to start off by asking you just the kind of the basic question. What is it that you would like to see from the board today?
I would like the outcome of this meeting to step down in custody and facility, maybe go to Firebolt, Moose Lake, or Lino Lakes.
And can you talk about why you feel you're ready for that?
I completed a number of programs. I've adjusted myself accordingly, coming back from out of state, being back home in state now.
Okay, so what programs?
I've done anger management, Cage for Rage, critical thinking, 1, 2, and 3, AVP, facilitated, Salsa Huru, fatherhood, family focus.
What of the programs that you've done has been most influential?
Well, I did a program while I was out of state in Oregon. It was family focus, manhood program, and a substance abuse program, all combined in one program. And it actually started my turnaround, my journey into denouncing my gang and getting on the right track. That out of all the programs I've done, which has been at least 20, I would say that one is the one that hit home.
And why? What was it about that made such an impact?
Well, the facilitator was a ex-gang member that I really respected, that was serving a 70-year sentence and had been in 45 years, and really hammered home to my loss, that how I've lost time, lost just the responsibility of being a man for my family, for my sister, for my kids, and just going through juvenile, just being in just a waste of life. He just brought it to me where it focused in on me so hard, where it hit where nobody else hit, where they just made me see the waste of my own life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what you talk about some of those things, and can you help us understand? You talk about this kind of this readiness or this desire to step down and to lower custody and to and to begin that process toward leaving, and yet we have some relatively recent discipline. Talk about the kind of the disconnect between what you're saying and what some of this recent discipline suggests.
Well, initially when I came home at 25 years and I was in Oregon for 10 years. And so it was so different to acclimate back home in Oak Park. I made it to the honor unit, was in the honor unit, and was discipline free. And initially, in my 25-year review, I didn't want to come to Stillwater for a number of reasons. So being here, it was adjustment period. It was hard for me to acclimate. All my friends have been paroled to the streets, or they're in Moose Lake or Medium. All the guys who've had 27, 25, 30 years are gone. And so the institution itself has changed, the culture of it, the respect level, there's different things. So it was difficult for me to acclimate, but my feet are under me. I'm soundly in the right place. I'm in school now. I'm doing the right things to survive in prison positively. It was just hard to acclimate back to our system. That system is totally different. And when I was at Oak Park, I was in the honor unit. So, I didn't have any discipline reports, and the honor unit at Oak Park is very different. To come straight over here to, what's happening in Stillwater. I mean, we all know that. And so it was difficult, very difficult for me.
Okay, but then what does it say about, I mean, I understand the difficulty, I understand the challenge. But then, I look at things like, you're on, so you talk about being on stable ground, and yet we're talking about this is in June, so it's a couple, 3 months ago that this stuff happened, that some of these things occurred. And so that's the hard part for me to wrap my head around.
Well, I can. Are you finished?
Yeah.
I can understand that. I totally can see that. But what happened far as that goes, I've been working with the psych department, and my medication that I was on in Oregon has been taken away, and it got taken away in March. And so without my medication, I told the lady who I did the 3-hour interview with, who checked it out, the medication that I was on for my anxiety, for my anger, and for everything has been stripped since I've been home. And so I've been unmedicated since March. In fact, I just seen the psych doctor 2 weeks ago. And so, I'm like I said, I'm stable. That took a lot too, because Oregon had me on medication. It was help me stabilize out there. So I contributed, I take responsibility first and foremost, but I didn't have that crutch, and I didn't have any inside support. I don't talk to the inmates in here because it's what it is. Difficult for me to acclimate with the guys with inside these walls.
What you believe that that you would be able to manage transition even to like lower custody just fine?
Yes, I absolutely know I can.
What makes you say that?
Well, Stillwater has. I'm 57 years old. Stillwater has nothing to offer me. I can do my time in a lower custody facility. Why I say that? It's for the simple fact that I'm ready to go. I'm absolutely ready to go. I'm not in here doing the things that I've done before. My record, Commissioner, got sent out of state for riots and assaults and this type of nature. I haven't been into that since 2019. You know, I fully understand my discipline. Like I said, I take responsibility for it, but my actions I'm not the same person. I'm not running around, involved with gangs, on OSI's radar or any of that. I'm a 57-year-old man who's ready to go home.
What supports do you think you would need in order to successfully transition to the community at some point?
Well, my family, which I have friends who have been released, who have lifer group outside of Minneapolis, as support me. I have job lined up. I have the solid support, but my main support is my family.
If things are coming off the wheels a little bit for you, what does it look like? I mean, how do people around you know that things are not going well?
Facial expression, demeanor. I get quiet. I isolate myself. And then it's a bad path, bad road. I just start making bad choices, so people know that I'm off the rails when that happens. Especially if I mostly isolate myself. I got so comfortable isolate myself. That's how they recognized it while I was out of state, and I started working with the BHS unit, and they started helping me because I was too comfortable with isolation, with doing time in segregation, with just being by myself. So that's the main thing.
So you talked about the fact that being in Stillwater is difficult or challenging, and it sounds almost like you described yourself isolating a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, in all actuality, that's a true statement. I stayed in my chess studies. I stayed in my religion. I stayed with my schoolwork. I stayed with myself. The average age in Stillwater is 25 years old. They're doing what they do. They do drugs. They gangbang. I'm not on that track no more. And if I could be on a track, that would be to mentor and help them. But I'm not on that track either, because I would put me back on the floor. I'm trying to leave Stillwater. So I have three good friends that's lifers in here. One life with no parole, and two that's be before the board in the next 2 years that we stay together, and they're not gang members. So other than that, yeah, it is. I have to do my time like that. That's how my time has to be right now. I have to isolate myself from my own safety, my own well-being, my own mindset. Like I said, Commissioner, all my buddies are gone, or either they're at home or you have downsized them to Lino Lake, Faribault, or Moose Lake. They're no longer in close custody facilities.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you have connected with some of the pro-social folks, because I know there are a number of them there. So I'm glad to hear that. So I presume you've had a chance to look at the comprehensive risk assessment, right?
Yes.
And you saw that there was, that you were identified as having higher risk for future violence. But what's your response to that, and the basis upon which that evaluation laid out that sense?
I get it. You know, I mean, I truly do. You know, that's a reflection of me. You know, I've been in prison and I've been that guy. You know, I've been violent in prison, but as far as violent acts on the streets, I haven't been coming to prison for violent acts. But I get it. I get that why that's wrote about me. I would say I would have wrote the same thing. What I mean, you know, what else are you gonna write? You know, I've talked to her, you know, but the future is what it is. You know, I'm not finna be violent. I'm not finna be violent no more in prison or violent on the streets. That's my own safety is being violated. And that's something totally different. Other than that, like I said, I'm 57 years old. I'm no longer that guy that she's reading that record from 20, 25 years ago, 10 years ago. That's not me.
You know, and I think you point to this is, you know, you talk about, you know, where you've been and you know, the change, you're 57, you're no longer that guy. And, you know, the process of step down itself has a fair amount can have a fair amount of challenges, right? Just the whole notion of whether it's minimum, whether work release, or even things like supervised release, intensive supervised release. Those are all things that you feel like you can manage those successfully?
Yes.
And I hate to ask this, but what's the evidence for that? I mean, what is it that, is it just because you're tired of being in the middle of the mess, or what's the evidence that supports that assertion that you're going to be able to manage those types of changes?
What types of changes again are we?
I mean, just the change of step down and going into different settings, and you know, those step down requires living in different set. Right now, you're in single bunk status. You look to step down. You're gonna be in multi bunk housing units. Work release can have that. Minimum has barrack styles living settings. So depending upon where you go. So I mean, it's those sorts of things. What's the evidence for suggesting that you can manage those types of transitions? When, you know, I think one of the things you talk about is this kind of the ability to kind of the do time stuff by you know, by just trying to manage your environment, and sometimes you won't be able to manage your environment in some of these different settings. So how do you predict that would go?
Well, for one, I would be around like-minded people. You know, guys who's at medium and minimum are, you know, they have their foot on the streets. They're closer to going home. It's, if you get in an argument or altercation with a guy in Faribault or wherever, you're in medium, the chances on you to really getting in it are very slim to none. Your minds are different. I'm not around that type of mindset in prison. My mind is not set to it. I know I could manage it just because of the custody itself is just another arm of, to me, in incarceration. You know, but I know the guys in there aren't trying to come back inside this. You know, my mindset would be amped to dropping down from there. You know, it's dropping down, drop down, home. The what you're asking is something that just needs to be seen. Whether it needs to be seen in here, Commissioner, if you need to see it in here, it's just more of a landmine I have to navigate through, but it's still, it's all a mindset. That's all it is. It's my problem's been the company that I've been keeping and my actions, and so I cut that down. I'm around like-minded people who have positive goals and doing positive things. And it would be no different in medium or minimum.
All right, other members have questions for Mr. Robinson?
Mr. Robinson, kind of going back to your community assessment
Yes.
that you read, my biggest concern about your success was the stability of your mental health, quite honestly, because there were statements made throughout by you, in fact, that, quote unquote, I'm just off balance and things like that, and reporting that you had a great relationship with your mother. You talk on the phone all the time, when in fact, in the report, it said your mother had died a couple of years ago. And for me, that was just, it raised the question, what are you going to do to stabilize yourself? If you think you even need to. But I got the impression you felt like you needed help of some kind with mental health.
Yeah, thank you for your question. First, I don't know how that got in the report. My mother's living. My mother's 83 years old. She came up here last Sunday for a visit. I don't know why that got in there. I'd never say my mother's dead. My mother's living. I did. I talked to the lady and I talked to the doctor just as recently as I said 2-3 weeks ago. It's me and mental health, and so when I'm in Oregon, mental health gave me a program and it helped. I liked it. The treatment and program was on. They gave me some medication, calmed me down. I was able to do the groups and do everything. I was cool. So now I come home. There's different doctors. These doctors say, okay, you don't need the medication. This is what you need to do. And so now I've been off the medication and I'm doing what they say do. I only can do, what's in front of me. So these doctors have taken the medication. I'm no longer on the medication. And so the only way I would get back on that medication is if I had went back down that bad avenue, which I haven't. And so that goes to them looking at me saying I'm stable. I was comfortable within that. They see something different and their program is working. No medication. I feel even still that, I wish I was on Lamictal. Lamictal helps me with my anxiety. I do have a lot of anxiety. I'm not running for that. I have a lot of anxiety, and I've told everybody, and I'm telling the panel now. And they took the medication that helped me with my anxiety. There's nothing I can do about it. I've told them. And so when I have a lot of anxiety, it causes me to isolate, to go in my cell, to do that. There's no avenue or outlet versus being in Oregon where I could go talk to my counselors. It was just a different program. So I have to manage. I'm only doing what's laid out in front of me. My job is to stay discipline free, to keep a job, to stay positive. And that's what I'm doing my best to do. I truly am.
I did have another question, Mr. Robinson, and this kind of goes back a little bit to what the commissioner had asked you earlier, and I'm just looking for a little clarification on it. The commissioner asked, how would someone be able to tell if things are going off the rails? I think is the way that the commissioner kind of phrased it. And you said that one of the warning signs is that you kind of start to go off by yourself, isolate. And which I get, like I understand that. Where I get a little confused, and I'm looking for some clarification on it, is you also, or the report also identifies that's also kind of a coping mechanism for yourself. So I'm just kind of wondering, is there within that, kind of isolation, is there a distinction that can be made so that someone would identify, well, he's isolating now as a coping mechanism versus isolating because it's a warning sign? Does that question kind of make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Yeah, both are true. I use them for both. But if I had, which I should say, if I have one good friend in here who I'm with every day. I let him know. Then I isolate. I tell him. I talk to my one friend, and then depending on what the situation is, I step in my cell and get myself together. So I cope that way. But if he's not around, then I isolate. Because he works, he does a paper for the newspaper. He writes here. He's the editor, and so he works a lot of hours. If he's not around, we spend 6 hours together a day. If he's not around, then I go in my room because there's nobody else I feel comfortable talking to. Like I said, unlike Oregon, there's people where I could go and say, hey, I'm having a problem and this because I did 6-7 years of acting a fool in Oregon, and so. The last 3 years when Michelle Smith wrote and said, give us this amount of time, discipline free, we'll bring you home. That's when I'm working with staff, I'm working with DHS, I'm working with all of these things, getting to know myself, who I am and why I've been. And that's it's a two-edged sword. Too much isolation is bad, but also isolating to get away from something that's going on out there in my world and in the flag and stuff is also good. I have to take myself away from the problem, and there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of mind falls. I came back with a lot of baggage. If I didn't answer your question, I'll try.
Nope, you did it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Robinson? Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn to your support person and just open the floor for whatever comments or input you'd like to provide to the board regarding Mr. Robinson.
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner and members of the board, for allowing me to be here today. I'm not only so grateful to be here today, but I am so proud of Mr. Robinson. I want to say that as an outset. The way he embraces his past conduct, the way he embraces his ability and his capacity for change and what he has to do, and the hard work it takes for him to stand before this board today. Something he has not really honed in all of his humility, and really the reason why I'm here. So I will give some context. I am an attorney from Centurion, and we have been representing Mr. Robinson for the past 6 years. And Centurion is a wrongful conviction organization, and our very mission is to free people who we believe are innocent and in prison. Since our founding, we have freed 71 individuals who are innocent of these crimes, and we are the first innocence group in the nation. So this is all to say that we are selective and we have a very intricate process. And Mr. Robinson is somebody who we stand beside And because the process of freeing someone is a process that is lengthy and one that is not linear at all, we appreciate any opportunity to stand by our clients, no matter what form it comes in. And so when we're speaking about Mr. Robinson today, I know that this board does not consider guilt or innocence, but I really believe that it puts in the proper context to understand everything that Mr. Robinson is saying today and how his record appears. And so in terms of his past conduct, I do believe that his innocence and his past conduct are completely tied together. Truthfully, when we first learned of Mr. Robinson's case 6 years ago, we had questions about his past conduct and why he was behaving the way he was and why his record looked the way it was. But commissioners, after having the years of becoming familiar with this case, speaking with parties involved with this case, and these parties are not only people who are supportive of Mr. Robinson, such as his defense attorney, who has always believed in his innocence, or well-respected journalist Beth Hawkins, who has written a letter of support for Mr. Robinson today. But these are also the parties we've spoken to who have absolutely no credibility. And so when we were speaking to Mr. Robinson, we began to appreciate the level of injustice he was facing in prison and what it meant for him to spend each and every day of those early years in prisons for something he clearly did not do. And so when we're looking at Mr. Robinson's past conduct, I believe that is the appropriate context. And now, Centurion and me as an attorney, we do not excuse his behavior. And clearly, Mr. Robinson does not excuse his behavior at all. This is something he has been upfront with the board. But he has made such strides in embracing or navigating this challenge of being an innocent person and dealing with his anger at the same time. I think about the significance of him withdrawing or denouncing from the gang in 2019. And so we offered some psychology in our paperwork about what it takes to be falsely accused of a crime and also what it takes to denounce from a gang. So it's not as though he retired. It's not as though it was an easy decision for him. He completely cut ties, which means at the point that he cuts ties, they're a risk for his safety. They're a risk for his support group. And so when Mr. Robinson is also saying, and I know this was a concern about his isolation, when he's saying that he's isolating himself, it's not only because things are going poorly for him. What I think is you have to do this because it's a matter of your own safety sometimes. And so I think that's something for this board to consider. He can't just give an easy answer to him just isolating, but that is a serious concern to him at this point. But in terms of him continuing to isolate, he's found productivity in the isolation. He's a chess champion. He's doing college level prerequisite courses while he's moving away from this gang lifestyle and this thing that used to be such a huge part of his life. And so I really think that those points are so crucial for this board to understand in determining who Mr. Robinson is today. I'm just looking at my notes quickly because I do know that a few other things were mentioned that I did want to discuss. Oh, Commissioner, I know that there was a concern about Mr. Robinson's relatively recent discipline. I do want to point out once again, and Mr. Robinson continues to take responsibility for his history, but he still has shown a demonstrated capacity to change because since he has denounced from the gang in 2019, we see a serious decrease in the frequency of the disciplinary infractions and the history. I do also believe that it is crucial to address the risk assessment report. I know that there was one question from the commissioner, and Mr. Robinson answered this appropriately about his mother, and there were suggestions that there were inconsistencies. I just do want to support once again, we are in close contact with his family, so you see letters of support from his sisters, and we can confirm that his sister is also, his mother is also alive. But one thing that I do believe that is relevant with looking at the risk assessment's conclusions, which is specifically his high risk of violence, is that a huge part of this risk assessment report relies on the fact that Mr. Robinson is in fact guilty of this crime. And so once again, I know that's not for the board to determine, but that's something to consider here, and that with the progress that he's made, understanding his ability to take responsibility, his ability to embrace that remorse, the risk assessment report should be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt. So with all that being said, Mr. Robinson's demonstrated capacity to change, and his readiness for release when that time comes in 3 years. Not only, so Mr. Robinson has talked about his strategies that he's developed despite not having all of the proper mental health care. But I do want to emphasize the fact that when Mr. Robinson is released, he not only has the support of his family in the community, but he has the support of our organization. And so not only does our representation continue upon his release, but it continues when he is exonerated, and then it continues again when he's adjusting to the community. And so we do have a post-release service team who would ensure that Mr. Robinson's transition is as seamless as possible. I think it is relevant for the board to know that in our 41 years of existence, none of our clients have faced any other law enforcement conduct or any other arrests. And this is precisely because, not only because of the character we know of our clients, but because of the services and the support that we're able to provide. And so that being said, commissioners, I know that there is a lot to determine from Mr. Robinson's paperwork, but this is somebody who I believe fervently in. And that is not only because of the work that I do, it's because of who he is. It's because of his brave decisions. It's because of him recognizing that there was a need for change. And I think that although 3 years is only around the corner, the fact that he was able to make this brave decision only a few years ago in 2019, and we've seen such a tremendous shift in mindset, is such an indication of what he will do in 3 years. And so he is ready to step down to a lower security facility. Despite the risk assessment's conclusions about him potentially incurring violence in the community, the risk assessment also notes that there is no objection on their end in terms of him stepping down to a lower custody facility. So in order to get this process moving for his appropriateness for release, I do believe that the step down is appropriate. And I welcome any questions that the commissioners may have.
Any members have questions? Mr. Principal. Right. Hearing none. Mr. Robinson, before we can move into discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to provide one last opportunity for you to provide any thoughts, any input before we break into that discussion.
No, I'm just thankful to be here, to be at this point, to be at 27 years. You know, even sitting in here all this time, facing what I've been facing. You know, the battle, the uphill battle, the fighting all the no's and yeses and to be changed. I'm happy to be at 27 years to have this opportunity right now, to even have a chance to step down. You know, I've been through a lot. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to close the review session portion and move into the discussion and deliberation with board members and among board members. And with that, I would just open it to board members' thoughts, ideas, or discussions around next steps.
I'm really interested in that the assessment that he just had and the issue of mental health and medications. Where is that at with the DOC? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, the discussion around the mental health and the medications. So I think we have psychiatry that sees and looks at that, and then so psychiatry here made a decision that was not warranted. Now again, I made a note to have a conversation with them about that because I'm interested in knowing a little bit about the difference and the rationale why.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, and the things in the report were bipolar personality disorder, multiple personalities by his report. So I thought, you know, he's 57. He probably isn't going to go out and kill somebody. On the other hand, I just was very concerned about where things are at for his mental health.
Yeah. I think one of the things that, you know, and I think part of this is a reflection of the institutionalization process and some of those sorts of things, but almost the endorsement of kind of this is a little bit how the world is, and whether it's talking about, you know, crime and safety or the way things are. I think, you know, I'm intrigued by this whole notion of you know, about what step down looks like. And I mean, I'm not talking about for me, I'd like to see him move to medium and test how that goes. But that's, you know, that I think is a not something that necessarily the board has to, you know, agree with. But I do think that you know, that's a controlled test, and may offer some other opportunities for some mental health supports as well, depending upon where he goes. So I mean that's, but I am concerned also about. I'm concerned about this discipline. I mean, I'll just be really honest. We don't consider this level of discipline in people that are at his stage of the game. I get that 2019 is when he denounced this problem with the gang stuff, but some of the stuff isn't even like gang involved. It's just it's kind of defiance. It's kind of criminal thinking that is popping out here and there. You know, the benefit of the doubt is a question about the ways in which the environment plays a role in that. But nonetheless, we have a lot of people who, you know, people he talks about being his counterparts or peers that are no longer at Stillwater, that are in medium custody settings or out, in some cases out in the community. We didn't see this type of behavior because they wouldn't be in the community if they did. And so I think the next 3 years is very, very telling in terms of what, of where, for me at least, where he sits, because it'd be very difficult to have that any level of continued kind of disciplinary conduct at this stage of the game, and support or endorse kind of further step down.
So are you saying, Commissioner, that you would support a reduced custody level at this point to see how he interacts with other offenders rather than being able to isolate as he's been doing in the current situation?
It just seems to me that doesn't pose a tremendous amount of risk, right? Because we can we're not talking about minimum where you're outside the fence. We're talking about being able to control that move. And then, you know, if for whatever reason there are challenges, he could easily be just moved back up in custody level. But, you know, this whole notion of wanting to see how he manages these different environments, I'm intrigued a little bit by, you know, what happened in Oregon, versus what happens here. And Stillwater is a much younger population than it was even 5-6 years ago, where it was oftentimes lots and lots of people with long sentences. That, we've seen a lot of those people get dispersed across the system in the medians. So the average age at Stillwater is quite young, and so that is it's a major change in the population there over the last 5 to 7 years, just because of the disbursement of a lot of long-term people. So that's a reality. And so the test, that doesn't seem like it's a tremendous risk. In some cases, people would say, show us and then we'll move you. In this case, to move him the right location, that's another question. And there's some questions I would just have of behavioral health with regard to that. Just what's the best location for him to go? And those would be things I'd like to find out from staff, but that's the thinking.
Yeah, I think the two of you have put your fingers on the two things that are bothersome to me: mental health and discipline.
Yeah.
And by moving him to a lower custody level, I understand your rationale. I think it makes sense. Is it rewarding bad behavior? Because he's had 5 infractions since his return from Oregon.
Yeah.
And that would be my only concern, is what message it sends.
And I think I agree with you. I mean, the last thing I want to do is kind of endorse or support kind of that. At the same time, I do think we're in a spot where we're testing something. It is a person-centered approach to him, and just in terms of saying, okay, it's we want to see how you manage this and make sure we get you to where the mental health supports can be provided at the highest level possible, and then be able to manage that, see how that goes. So I understand that sense, but I just I think it's a true test of if some of this is environmental, as is being suggested, then let's see that, and we can do that without tremendous risk, I think, in terms of managing that, because the behaviors have been largely not compliance and some of those sorts of things.
So the motion, we aren't going to move for parole because he can't be paroled.
Correct.
So the motion would be no parole with the continuance of.
Yeah, and I think the continuance period largely, and generally has been the history that in these cases we would review them at the 30-year mark, because that's when they really become truly eligible for release. And so probably, maybe just for the sake of ease, I would even make a motion, which typically have not done, but I would move that we would continue him for a period, deny parole, continue on him for 3 years, and I would say that we would, I would really like to have a deeper analysis and assessment of mental health needs and whatever those supports are, and ask and direct that Mr. Robinson participate in those to the fullest extent possible, that he remain discipline-free, and that we would, as from an agency perspective, we can move him, we can transfer him to medium, and I'll talk with behavioral health about where he can be best served, and just to see what that would look like. And then, we would want, it sounds like some of the things that have been positive are his education involvement has been one of the positive experiences for him, and to the, to be able to continue that would become important. So those would be some of the core elements of the motion. So I move that. Is there anybody who would be willing to second it? The
question I have is the role restorative justice plays in his adamance about denying responsibility for the crime. Is that something that you just take him at face value and say restorative justice isn't appropriate? Or how does that get?
I think I think this is a question. I think we certainly have people who have had innocence claims that have participated in restorative justice from the standpoint of broadly the whole notion of how community is impacted and so forth. And so, that's certainly something that, that we could ask that he participated in at some level just as a part of this. And I would be supportive of that. Just, again, it's not even about, but just the exploration of harm and harm at the broadest levels.
I think that'd be appropriate.
Andrew, Mr. Larson, any kind of thoughts from your perspective about anything else that you think should be added here?
No, I mean, everything you've said makes sense. I was going to add in, I would like to see, and I think it's kind of been addressed through the restorative justice element that you talked about, and I get he's maintaining his innocence. I still think that there is value that can be gathered through participating in restorative justice, even if you just look at it through the lens of some of this institutional behavior that he's acknowledged. But I think some additional element of pro-social programming, because I know that was one thing that was referenced within the report, was really that's an opportunity for maybe some additional growth or some additional involvement. There hasn't been a lot of pro-social programming participation, at least based on the report, since he returned from Oregon. So I certainly think that would be something that I think could potentially be helpful. And I suspect the step down to medium or placement in medium would certainly expand the potential for participation. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I think that, and I do think that makes some sense. Also just to look at, just the options that would be available at medium, just around things like work. I mean, I think I would certainly suggest strongly that release planning be a considerable effort, and that one of the things that you look at is, things like over the next period of time that some money maybe saves, try to work at even developing that first step on saving some money and preparation for thinking about a transition and what that looks like, and the things around financial literacy, working with release planning efforts, just because I think at that time when he would be seen, certainly the board would want to hear kind of what's in the most comprehensive way possible, what would transition look like if they were to support that. So we can add that kind of stuff to the letter as well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Just to be clear, there's four members that will be voting on this based on the fact that Mr. Rena is not here today and excused from today's meeting. So with that, we will do a roll call vote of the members. Ms. Bray, yea or nay?
Yes.
Mr. Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Ramstead?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes, 4 votes aye, no no's. The motion prevails. Mr. Robinson, what will happen here is, so we are going to pursue a step down, which is one of the things that you asked. What that step down will look like, I'm going to have some conversations, and HRU, Becky here, will have some conversations with the staff around what facility would be best. I think, like for long-term offender group stuff, you talked about the fact that a lot of the people that you may know have been transitioned and are in different settings. So that's certainly something I hope you take advantage of. I just really want to kind of emphasize the two things I think that were kind of really prioritized, and that really is this mental health stuff. And we'll certainly, I'll do my part in terms of just checking into where and how that's best received. And then second is that, I take you at your word that being in a different environment would make a difference. And so we want to see how you manage this transition, and I hope and frankly expect that you're going to manage it well, since it is what you're asking for. Other than that, you've heard the conversations that we've had. Any questions about any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. With that, I just want to.
No. Excuse me. Yes. As far as the mental health programming goes, because I've been checking into it, the facility for that. Well, I mean, I know you guys are going to check into it, but is at Lino too. But the problem that I'm having here, Commissioner, and I respect what everybody said, especially you, ma'am, is the what wording am I looking for? The programming. The difference is the structure of the mental health, the group settings, the things that mental health had to offer there versus here, and that's really the only difference, and that sets my mindset. It's just there was more to do. These pro-social groups that I've done, Carry Guide 10, these are 6 months group, anger management kit, all of those things down there that I did when I was stable and all my medication and everything are 90 days or 6 months treatment groups that I was in. So I have the knowledge. Everybody wants me to go to restorative justice. I don't mind. Even though I didn't want to and fought and resisted it for years, I go because the panel's right. My goal is to get out and help my community, help young members, gangbangers, drug users to get it out of my community. And so they do have something to offer as far as knowledge goes. I'm more than willing to do that. My big thing is what this lady on my right said. I need to be stable. My mental health needs to be stable. And I keep asking for that, and now I'm kind of spinning my wheels on that, and a lot of people won't or shy away from their mental health. I'm not, I'm not getting the help that I need.
Well, as I said, I'm going to make sure that I have conversations to make sure that we get you what you need.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I wish you the best. We'll be tracking how things go here. Okay. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Oh, are we?
Desmond is on hold, and so if we want Rush City right away.
I have a question. 27-year review, is that 27 years from the date of offense? Because in this case, it was not from the date of incarceration. He's 26 years from his date of incarceration. His incarceration was...
There was jail credit.
Credit for time served.
Credit for time served.
Thank you. So it's from the date of incarceration.
If the court gives that credit for time served, then they get that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question. A lot of the reports say level 4, let's say 19 points. What is the points?
It's the points is tied to the custody level. So it's based on behaviors, the programming involved, all these different things. So the points will change. And that really dictates the level of the custody level.
I have instructions.
Versus a medium, closer, or max.
Is there a way, is there a chart?
Yeah, we can get, we can, yeah.
So I know what to make of it, or
does it not matter?
I didn't hear the question. I
The
heard
question,
level 4.
the levels around the points, how the points comport with and we can get that. And there's some work being done on some changes to that right now, which, but I mean, that's, it's absolutely something.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious.
Are any of you two on? Okay.
Oh, please.
Oh.
I thought you were asking if we needed a cooler in here. No way. My hands are freezing. Let's see if I can.
The last forms, and they were right. So they're fine.
What
Yeah.
I didn't know, because look, here's what I got done, and here is the amount that I received.
Oh, it's because you put the amounts here, and they don't go there. It only goes here.
Yeah, but
so then
my total came out to 1305, and
because you added all of these and added it again here.
Oh.
So it's only one time that it can be added.
I understand. So
does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. So these two.
Yep, the mileage only goes
there.
Correct. And so then the per diem would be what would go there.
I see.
That total.
Got it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, I know this is right and I was wrong, but what did I do?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, where are we going to?
City.
Is he back there? Is he back there now? Because he was at Lino on that last, he did the review, or the PRT.
Oh, yeah, he moved. It was. Aubrey, did you say Rush is on?
He's working on it.
Oh, okay.
Got a tea bag if you want to grab a cup of tea. Sometimes holding a cup of hot tea will help. You want a tea bag?
It'll take me too long.
It does get cold. It does get cold in here, doesn't it?
Really, they won't want.
working on it.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
It's an old system, I guess. I don't know what that means.
For those of you who might be online, we're having a little bit of issues with the connection, but we'll get going as soon as we can.
What you're saying there is not the same as what's streamed. You have to look at the video player. They have to assign those names or something else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because you just haven't, they just haven't connected to that.
Yeah.
Just hold this.
Oh,
I think it's peppermint. I think it's, it smells like peppermint. And does it smell like peppermint? Yeah. And it's herbal, so it's. Just hold it. What's the problem with the other end?
The device isn't connecting to the gatekeeper. So he's rebooting because it won't dial the IP.
What's the next one?
Lino Lakes.
at Lino.
At Lino, what time is that one?
2:30.
Okay. Wonder if we could just see how close they are to being ready there.
Like I didn't.
there's two at Lino.
But they're not in the same place. One is inside and the other one's outside.
Oh, yeah, minimum.
So I think they would be fine.
Different hookups. Sure.
If they were ready to go, we could then check and then go back if there's an issue.
Yep. I'm asking Beth right now.
Okay. And I'll swap out here.
Well, I just.
We'll see if it works. Maybe John will get it fixed before that.
No, I'm fine.
Because it is hard. It's hard, especially when you see all these cases.
The only thing is his wife is supposed to call in, so let me see if she can get a hold of them. Or her. No, he's having troubles. Their device is so old that they can't connect or something. He's having troubles. He's rebooting.
Okay. I got that. I'll check with one. I'm pretty sure that's not entirely.
Much luck with this case. Yeah. Yeah. And then this organization, I did Google them. Seriously, I Googled. I was just trying to figure out. Yeah. Yeah. What'd you find when you Googled? Just kind of nothing spectacular. I just thought, are they? Yeah. I wonder if it's like, yeah. This is not coming from him. Yeah. Yeah. I would do the same thing. That's for her organization. It's just.
I know.
Shaking her.
John, do you think you're going to be able to get it connected in like the next minute, or should we just go to Lino Lakes?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thanks for the book, Paul.
Yeah, no problem. I started to look at it, but I have not.
I haven't. Oh my gosh, is that font that small?
Yeah.
I can look at the pictures. Makes like this.
So Don, we got the books here just while we're waiting. We got the books these books, and so we'll get them mailed off to people who are online. But we have them, and so they'll get sent out. I got to tell you that just the little bit I did start to look at it. It's not light reading.
I found the last two chapters the best, the one that just sort of says what are the qualifications and what's happening next. I found myself more engrossed in those chapters than the anatomy and physiology and workings of the different brain parts. My own bias.
It's good to know. So we'll
Okay,
check
there's
that out.
Rush City.
Okay, we got Rush City.
All right.
Okay, let me get Desmond pulled up. Desmond is on.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have Desmond on. Okay.
Yep.
Go on.
And do we have Mr. Bradford close by?
Yep.
You need to mute your speakers on your laptop.
That's muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Yep. Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah, let's get
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Desmond in there right away.
Mr. Bradford close by?
Yeah, Bradford, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I can't hear you guys.
Because the volume, I think your volume is too far down. Turn your volume up.
John, can you help her at all?
Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Okay.
You can.
Okay,
All
perfect.
right, I'll go get Mr. Bradford.
All right, excellent.
Thank you.
That first blue chair. Yep.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We're here today to review Parole Bradford, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in Rush City. Mr. Bradford, you noted on your certification document that you did not feel that you had sufficient time to prepare for today's review. Are you okay and ready to proceed at this time?
I stand by that I'm not prepared, but I guess I'm willing to move forward. As I understand, this is I'm not eligible for release immediately. So
can I just ask a point of clarification here? So, I'm really reluctant. What do you feel like? What do you feel like? Where do you feel like you could benefit from more preparation time?
The simple fact that I've been in 3 facilities in the last 5 months, and a lot of things have been spread out, due to nobody's fault in particular. It's just things are not as lined up as I would like them to be, because I submitted some stuff to you, Mr. Snell, that appeared to be incomplete under further examination. And I don't know if you had time to receive the corrected documents.
So what's that? Yeah. So here's what I would like to do is, I'm just, if there's questions or things like that, I don't want us making decisions. I don't think it's a wise idea for us to make decisions. If you don't feel like there's been that you're prepared to go today, because it just creates challenges down the road with, whatever decision gets made, then that isn't grounded in something that you feel comfortable with. And so, if that's where we are, and I know you fairly recently came back there, right, to Rush?
No, I've never been here before. This is my first time here.
Oh, first time. You just got moved there. Okay. So anyway, I would be disinclined to proceed just because I'm concerned about that. Where are you sitting?
Where am I sitting?
What's your thought? What's your thought about that?
I agree, but I think I would rather just go forward, because I understand that I'm not eligible for another 3 years. So if there's something that I need to get done in the next 3 years, I'd like to get on it as soon as possible.
Okay. Any members are comfortable with proceeding, or what do you?
Waves any challenges?
Yeah, the one thing that we don't want to have happen is that if there's something that doesn't comport with what to your liking, that there would be concerns, and you would say that that I wasn't prepared, and yet you proceeded. So I just want to be really clear about the fact that if it's something that you feel like you want to get your ducks lined up more, or that kind of stuff, then I do think it is best that we just continue this and get those things lined up. But I also hear the other side of that but you know, so I don't know what it really comes down to you, and I just don't want to be in a spot where you feel like you were inadequately prepared, and because of that, it had a bearing on the outcome of this.
I think things have been put together haphazardly, but we can proceed. I'm in agreement.
So I don't want to. I'm not. We're going to continue this. I'm not going to proceed because I just if there's that concern, I do not want that to be out there, and so I just I would rather move this forward. We'll get it. We'll get with your case manager and get with you and figure out where things are at, and then we'll get another date on the calendar to review you, because to your point, you're not eligible for parole today anyway. And so we'll after we connect with staff there and you and figure out what are all the things that need to be aligned so that we're in good shape, then we'll move this forward. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. No.
And Mr. Desmond Bradford, thank you very much for coming and being present today. Again, we'll know when this matter can be rescheduled.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, next on the docket. Are they ready? Do you know?
Lino, I gotta tell them.
Now we're early.
Okay. Yep. All right.
So we have 10 minutes?
Yeah, we have,
Reconvene at 2:30?
2:30, yeah, let's take a 10-minute break at 2:30.
Is that when I scheduled?
Yeah.
They're ready. They're in the
But
room.
let's just,
Yep.
you want?
Yeah, take a break till 2:30.
Yeah, let's take a break. Just so the Andrew's off, and let's just take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're still live, so there's nothing I can't.
You don't have a screen for the live stream, correct?
And we have to stay
Connected.
unmuted.
Okay. All right, the board's going to take a break until 2:30.
I didn't do it right now. Oh. Fine. No, there's.
still on a break for another 4 minutes. So please get your Yeah, they do process 3 minutes before. Yes. clock's faster than this one. My clock's faster than this one. That's what I want to flash on.
Going. No more breaks for today. Would be nice.
Mr. Townsend will begin shortly.
We have one this month.
We have them every 2 weeks until December.
Okay.
And we have our advocate online.
Just logged her on.
Okay, thank you.
Marsh.
We'll begin shortly. Everybody here?
Yep.
Good.
Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We are here today to review Otha Townsend, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and the Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell.
Good afternoon.
Along with the other board members, we have member Christine Gray, member Cheryl Ramstad, and online you will also see member Andrew Larson, and it looks like member Don Struford is also observing online. Mr. Townsend has his wife and advocate present by phone, Miss Marsha Abdullah. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Miss Abdullah, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Townsend, our records indicate that on October 31st of 1992, St. Paul police officers found the victim, Candace Cock Wilson, lying in the street on St. Paul Avenue. She had been shot in the face 5 times. Victim Lisa Johnson was also shot several times that evening. However, she survived. On September 29th of 1994, Mr. Otha Townsend was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole by Ramsey County District Court after being found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Townsend was reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel on September 13th of 2021 and continued for 3 years at that time. Today's review by the board represents your second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. Your minimum parole eligibility date on this life sentence will occur on September 28th of 2024. Mr. Townsend also has a consecutive sentence of 72 months for attempted murder in the second degree, which is to be served consecutive should you be paroled on your life sentence. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Townsend. How are you today?
A little nervous.
All right. Let me start out by asking you what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I have a 32-month sentence after this one. I'd like to be paroled to that consecutive 72-month sentence.
Okay. And you've parole is a determination by the board, as you point out and as you note. Can you talk about why it is that you feel you are deserving of parole?
Well, deserving of parole. Well, I've changed dramatically. As far as change, I got more patience, more optimistic. I strive to be a better version of myself. I'm a lot more conscious of the choices I make, the decisions I make, and the people I travel with. I have a strong spiritual belief system. I learned how to manage unique challenges and overcome obstacles that come with change. I have a strong social structure of professional friends and organizations that are doing good, and that's part of my everyday life. I'm quick to ask for help, advice. I'm quick to study and research problems that I need an answer for or have questions or concerns for. I believe it'd be a good opportunity for me to move on and transition.
So, can you talk about your involvement in this offense and the insights you've gained into your involvement in this offense over the course of the last 30 years?
Insight. Well, I've grown tremendously. I learned that I didn't have a real good understanding of life, a good understanding of consequences, a good understanding of making good choices. Over the years, I strived to learn, develop myself, get a good understanding about the choices I make. When I was young, especially that young, I was naive. Didn't understand some of the choices I was making and some of the things I was doing. As I got older, I got a lot more responsible, a lot more caring, a lot more, just figuring out the best way to be just good, you know what I mean, and strive to be good, you know what I mean. And you see that throughout my 30 years of incarceration that I have spent a lot of time in just developing myself and being the best version of myself possible. Over the years, I completed a lot of programs. I completed about 8 technical trades throughout Century College. I completed a custom cabinet making. That was about a 2-year program. And afterwards, I stayed as a tutor. I did machinist, construction framing, drywall, computer aid drafting for mechanical drafting and design. I did floor covering, heavy duty machinery, carpentry. I attained a social degree through Embry Heights. Also completed a low voltage electrician course through CTEC, which consists of copper laying, fiber optics, energy management, ground and bonding, installing wireless systems. I completed a training course through a Minnesota Literacy Council to become a tutor. I help young guys get their high school diploma in GD for about 10 years. I did upholstery for about 2 years and did another year in upholstery as a clerk. From there, I transferred to interstate programming, in which I did 11 years straight there, assembling work for 3M, Anagram, and other companies. Out of 11 years there, I spent 10 years as a clerk and a lead man. I was a representative in the chaplain department, religious programming, for about 20 years. I worked with the chaplain to schedule and facilitate programs. Also taught classes in the chapel, participate in educational seminars. I completed several Department of Corrections self-help programs voluntarily, critical thinking, changing lifestyle, family and focus, restorative justice, power of people, silent cry, alternative violence. Even when I was here, staff asked me to do some mentorship with youth offenders. And so I committed to that change, and I was fortunate enough to do all that with by having no major discipline or throughout my 30 years of incarceration. I have evolved as an individual, and that's the change that I have committed myself to.
So, and I want to give really call out and acknowledge all of the things that you have completed. I want to go back though and just ask you about like as I read some of the information the way you talked about your involvement in the crime and the level of acceptance of accountability. There was, these are my words. I'm just that there was almost a little bit of, well, if people are involved in selling drugs, this kind of goes with the territory. And that's not what you said, but that's. I think stuff like that happens. Was one of the quotes that you had, that you reacted in this offense because it was part of the kind of the lifestyle, almost was alluded to, and then you talked about noting the fact that that the charges were fair, but you question the length of the sentence. So what I'm trying to do is get a sense of just kind of your acceptance of responsibility and how you go about trying to look at that level of accountability, personal accountability, without qualifying or victim blaming. Because I would assume you would agree that there's a difference between being involved in allegedly in selling drug stuff and shooting someone in the head or in the face. So talk to me about that, about how you square all this in your own mind.
Well, the way the situation happened, none of this was planned. It was a drug transaction. I met to do the drug transaction, but a week later, the reason why I was doing it because I got robbed. And then I come to find out that which they were selling to me was that which was stolen from me. And knowing they didn't do it, I get to asking a bunch of questions. And one of the individuals left about the living room while I was going through the process, asking questions and doing the sale. And I kind of got uncomfortable, so I left outside the apartment. And when I walked to my car and I went in my car, I seen Candace, which is one of the victims, going through my glove compartment. And when I must have shocked her when I opened up the driver's door, and she grabbed my gun out the glove compartment and pointed it to me. And I panicked. And so I pried it out of her hands. And after I pried it out of her hands, that's when I shot her. And I know now that when something like that happened, I should immediately take responsibility. You know what I mean? It wasn't something that I planned it. It was something that actually just happened. And I should have right then and there went and got help. I should have immediately got help and took responsibility from then on. And so when they speak about, a comment about this will happen when you do a legal transaction, is that unfortunately in that lifestyle or that situation, to be in that, you have to be not understanding the response. You're not taking real responsibility because you're doing something illegal. And so when that transpired, I should have just took responsibility and went and got help instead of trying to hide the situation.
And so you had multiple victims that day.
Yes.
Talk about that.
And like I mentioned, instead of taking responsibility and going to get help because it's a reaction, I try to hide it. And by hiding it, I sought another victim. To hide the fact that I was there. And that's not taking responsibility. I mean, that's trying to cover up the wrong that you done. And what I should have done, I should have went and immediately got help. I should immediately just went and got help when that happened, instead of trying to cover it up. And that's what I mean by not taking responsibility.
Okay. Who do you think was affected by what you did and how were they affected?
Well, I know the victims' families was affected, the victims themselves, my family, and really the community at large. I mean, when something like that transpires, you just don't, everybody's affected. You know
and I get the big side of this. One of the things I'm interested in is like the who's and the how, because this is part of insight. So in what ways were these people affected?
Well, they're affected because I changed their lives. I changed the lives of the victims. I changed the lives of the families that's involved. I changed expectations that somebody might have had for those individuals, expectations they might have had for themselves. And so that is something I have to be responsible for, and it's something I have to be responsible for the rest of my life. I mean, the decisions I make reflects that responsibility from here on out.
Okay, so let me ask you about this, and I'm focusing on this for a minute here, just because again, I don't want to take away from the positive stuff, but there are some things you talk about this taking accountability and so forth, and yet when our victim services folks asked if you would be willing to sign a release, which would provide information to people who either were left behind as a result of your crime or people who were impacted, if they even wanted it. And you refused. Explain that to me. Why would you refuse that?
Well, unfortunately, in here you don't really get all the information that you need to make a good decision. The way it was explained to me is that it was limited about what information they get. They pick and choose what information they have. And so I didn't feel comfortable with it. It wasn't explained to me in such a way where I felt comfortable. I did write apology letters. I did do all that type of stuff. And, I'm hoping that gets to them. But as far as releasing information,
so it just was a level of you weren't comfortable because you didn't know exactly what was going to be released.
well, it wasn't explained to me in such a way where I felt comfortable with it.
So, and what would that have been? Like, what if knowing what was going to be specifically what was going to be shared? I'm just trying to understand. That's all. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, not just what was shared, but the way it's explained, the way I got the information, you just doing a release form. It wasn't really going into specifics, how it was done, what was done, what they would see. It's just that you just signed a release.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your progress around the conditions and the kind of directives we provided to you when we met 3 years ago, and talk about those elements, the expectations.
It's about the expectation that you set out for me.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, it was stay discipline free, which I've done.
Yep.
To talk about my case with your staff, I did that. Every staff member that came to me, I talked to them about it. Write the project, to submit my project letter. I submit my project letter. It's an ongoing thing. I think I got to rewrite it again, but I did submit it.
I saw that.
I think that's about it.
Okay. Yeah, and I think were you able to participate in lifer group stuff?
Yes. I've been participating in life groups since I've been here, going on 3 years.
Okay. All right, and I think we talked a little bit about the fact that in the past, you were reluctant to talk much about the crime itself, and so that's good. And then as it relates to what kind of feedback did you get on your letter that they want some additional work done?
Well, it was kind of confusing because he said it was a good letter. He said he said it was a good letter, it was well written. But then he said that, in which I didn't catch it first, he said that he wanted me to expand in certain areas as far as being a little bit more descriptive.
Okay.
All right. And I didn't catch that at first. It wasn't until I actually went through this process and then, because I gave the letter to my case manager and she submitted it back to them. And they said, oh, yeah, we wanted him to expand in certain areas. It's a good letter, but they wanted me to expand in certain areas. And so I didn't catch that at first. So I'm in the process of doing that now.
Okay. If you were to be, and I probably asked you this last time, but if you were to be released and things were not going so well, what would people around you see? What would it look like?
Well, difficulties. You know, I don't worry about what I don't have. I enjoy what I do have, and I strive to be better or get better in situations. And so, as far as difficulties and all above, I deal with them head on. I mean, so you would see somebody who's aggressively trying to do better in a situation that he's in. You know, like I mentioned, I'm not scared to ask for help. I'm not scared to go and ask advice from those who know. I have no problem researching or studying a question or concern I might have. There's no way that you can complete all the programs and education I have and be scared to ask for help. You know what I mean? Help is almost like my second language. And I feel comfortable asking for help. So if I was in a difficult situation, I'm going to go and ask for help. I'm going to go and seek advice. I'm going to do the research I have to do to ask the questions I need to ask.
When's the last time you've done that? When's the last time you did that? When's the last time you did that?
Oh, I do it regularly. It's something I constantly do regularly. I mean, it has become part of my life. Something I do every day. You know what I mean? In every situation that calls for either one of the three.
Okay. And I have one more question, and then I'll turn it over to others here just to see what else. You had. I think there was some talk about connection with the behavioral health stuff in the past, and that you had been involved in some of that. You've developed a level of comfort. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of that as you go forward, of making sure that you have levels of both support and that service, mental health, addressing mental health needs and those sorts of things as you go forward?
Well, as I mentioned before, that over the years, which has been truly a blessing, I have met several people, several individuals, several friends, several organizations, several professionals that's engulfed into, mental health, working with the community, being a service to others. And this has been part of the thing that I have been doing throughout my incarceration. And so the network of people and organizations and professionals that I would be around will also give me, and be active in it, will also be able to be a comfort for us to be able to get any type of assistance I need, any mental health, any struggles, any unfamiliarity, things I might not be familiar with. And so I've been fortunate enough to be able to put a network of a support system around me that would be able to not only aid and assist me in any problems I might have, but also be able to contribute to the community itself.
Thank you for that. Any other members have questions? Mr. Townsend?
Mr. Townsend, can you please describe the mental health treatment that you've gotten?
What, since I've been here?
Yes.
Well, I got a variety of it. A lot of these self-help programs have been good. Majority of them helps you as far as making decision-making. Decision-making has always been the core of making decision-making. Then I also have did independent study as far as chemical dependency, thinking for a change, and lifestyle type of things. And so it's a continuous education that I'm committed to doing, because as being a service to others and helping people, you have to be familiar with these things. And when you get familiar with things, these things come a part of who you are and some of the things that you do for yourself.
Have you received individual therapy? Have you received therapy yourself?
Yes. I have went and seen therapy even since I've been here. About 4 or 5 times voluntarily. Just went out there, talked to her. Good experience. It gave me the opportunity to be able to talk to someone that I'm not familiar with, and somebody who's a professional in that area, and just go through the things that might concern you, or things that you might be interested in doing. So it was a good experience.
How would others know that you're remorseful?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, please.
How would others know that you are remorseful for the crimes that you committed?
Because you're going to see me doing good. I'm going to do good. I'm going to be approachable. I'm going to take all the steps I need to do to be positive. Taking those steps, because I believe that being remorseful or showing empathy is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that you have to embrace. And so every decision I make has that in there. You know what I mean? Even if it's just showing some kindness to someone to bring a light to their day. You know what I mean? Just being active and being a support.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Any other questions for Mr. Townsend? Mr. Townsend, at this time, I'm going to turn to your support person, and I believe that's your wife, correct?
Yes.
So thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it. And I'd like to open the floor to you just to provide your thoughts and input to the members of the board.
If given a chance, I would like to say that he is not alone and he has a strong support system in place. This support system includes employment opportunities, health, wellness, educational, residential, and family assistance.
Can you talk a little bit about your relationship or your length of connection with Mr. Townsend and what the changes that you have seen over time?
I have known him prior to him being incarcerated, and I have noticed that his personal growth has improved and he has the potential to be successful in any area that he chooses. And what I mean by personal growth, he's able to set a goal and make necessary changes to achieve his goal. If it be work, skills, knowledge, habits, or behavior.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Can I ask, how long have you been married, the two of you?
20 years.
20 years.
I'm sorry?
I think he just answered, I just asked how long you were married. And he said 20 years.
Yeah.
Does it, that's a long time. And it's a long time to be together apart. Have the two of you had conversations about what that would look like eventually, what a transition would look like of being together?
Yes, we have talked about that.
Do you think that would be an easy transition for? Well, I'm gonna ask this of
Oh.
Mr. Townsend, not of you. I don't. But that's not. This isn't about grilling you. I want to ask Mr. Townsend. How about? How do you think that transition would be?
I believe it'd be a good transition. Our family's been kind of intertwined for decades, and so I believe it'd be a good transition. I think my struggles would be as far as understanding technology, understanding how to get around, and trying to choose for all the options that you have out there. But as far as family support and loved ones, I got some real good, strong support system out there that I believe will help me in my transition. And so I'm looking at it as being a real happy time.
Okay. Any other questions from board members of either Mr. Townsend or his wife? All right. Mr. Townsend, before we break and go into some discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to provide you one last opportunity to make a comment or to share your insights with the board.
I appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate y'all really sitting down and considering me for this opportunity to be able to transfer to my next sentence. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to transition and take the next step. Thank you.
All right. Now, this time I would open it up to members of the board for thoughts or discussion insights. I'm going to break from this rule here, just ask you one quick question. How long have you been at Lino Lakes?
Going on 3 years.
Right.
I left Faribault maybe like 2 or 3 months after the hearing and came here and been here since.
That's right.
I did about 5-6 years at Faribault, about 3 years here.
Okay. Any thoughts on central to this, for me, is just this question about, a parole decision is effectively a release decision. And I look at the assessment stuff, and I see that, there's no doubt, no disputing the fact that he has made a lot of progress and been involved in a lot of programs and has done done well. I will say that I have some remaining concerns just about some of the qualification of accountability and responsibility. Again, I don't mean to say that I don't have any information that suggests that what he's telling us is inaccurate. At the same time, it feels couched in like I had to do what I had to do, and some of those sorts of things. So that level of insight, I think, remains a concern for me. At the same time, there is no doubt in my mind that he is making the progress and moving in a direction that would suggest that, he is, the progress is there, and that when I think about, looking at whether it's the assessment of that it exists and the assessment of his risk for future engagement and violence and those sorts of things, he's low risk. And yet, I understand also the trust issue that he has around the lack of explanation of the release of information. But I'm always mindful of the fact that I think, just in general, that level of accountability to the people that were harmed, and if there's a discussion that needs to take place about what that should look like, in terms of information that might be shared, that if victims even wanted it, is something that I think has some merit. So there's a part of me that would like to see something there, but I don't know what that exactly looks like before we would start a hard movement. I guess one of the things that I might suggest we look at is something like, do we explore with Mr. Townsend what information he might be willing to share if that was something victims wanted, and then have him work on and address and finalize those letters of apology, and if victims want those, that they have some access. I just am mindful of that side of this, as we try to make sure that we're thinking about balancing the broadest level of needs here, going forward. The other thing I would just say is that, I think Mr. Townsend has a pretty comprehensive kind of release plan that's been developed, and which I think is good. And I have no doubt that the solid relationship here, given the fact that they've been together for 20 years despite incarceration, and yet any transition is a notable one, and I think just giving some thought to that, and whether that's working with people inside to really identify what that could or could be like for him, and the ways in which he better prepares himself for that, is something that may be worthwhile. So what I guess I'm thinking about is deferring the decision around parole itself for a short period of time to allow for some of those things to get addressed, and then we could do a file review would be one of the things. A paper review could be done where we would receive and look at whatever that plan looks like, and at that point in time make a decision about giving him a date if we're satisfied, and if victims had an interest in that information that we would be collecting from him, and having some conversations with them if that's something that they wanted, then giving him a date and starting him into his consecutive sentence. So that's one thought.
One of the things that was mentioned 3 years ago in the letter was his need to use restorative justice to understand victim impact and whether gender violence needs to be explored. And I would like any thing along the lines of what you're talking about to delve into that more. I didn't hear the victim impact. I heard that, he panicked and it was all about his reactions to a situation as opposed to the loss of a loved one, loss of, a mother, the victim side of this.
I have a question. When he moves to his second sentence, do we have any authority over that? When that second sentence ends, is it an automatic?
Automatic out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is the whole thing here, because I think the opportunity we have to ensure programming things that we just want to feel comfortable with. Normally, we're talking about somebody who is walking out the door, and now we're talking about somebody who's moving to a second sentence.
My two concerns were, first of all, I think, Mr. Townsend, you've really done a wonderful job, and it's hard to find a reason why not to parole you to your next sentence. But there were two things that jumped out at me. Number one, the apology letter isn't finished, and I think that says something about priorities, his priorities. And secondly, some of the statements he made regarding women, and I'm sorry, I'm one, so I was just kind of appalled. And so I think I go with you on the gender thing. I think he needs to look at that a little bit more deeply.
So anybody have a sense of how you'd like to structure this? Not hearing a discussion about like he has done well, but he's not we're not hearing that people are ready to give him the date yet. I'm hearing that there's some of this restorative justice apology letter stuff, working through and having some programming around gender issues and gender views. It would be something that we can work with behavioral health and others system to look at what that could look like. Would be something that I'm hearing in victim impact kind of stuff. Really are some of the factors that people would like to see done and before that date is given.
Yeah, and I don't think it needs to be a long wait, but I would like to see what become his priorities at this point.
Yeah, the victim apology letter it's a big one for me as well. I would be reluctant to give a hard date until we know that piece is taken care of. And honestly, I share many of the same thoughts that have been kind of mentioned by many of the other board members. I don't know that it needs to be some very lengthy process. I'm also very cognizant of not wanting to unnecessarily bring victims back into any of these sorts of conversations again, and kind of the re-traumatizing that can happen with that. But I very much share the sentiments that many of you have expressed.
So does anyone have a framework for like what time-wise that should look like, or how we would want to structure this?
You know, I would think no more than a year. I mean, a year even seems like a lot.
It's hard. I mean, I think we could do a year. We could and try to bring it off earlier. The one challenge is the scheduling wise. That becomes the challenge if we're going to see them, right? Because, and I think.
What if it's on paper though?
We could do a paper review. The one thing is that, you know, I think the question becomes when we're talking about things that are really kind of issues that we might want to discuss, like what does that mean? That might be a place where we do want to actually have that conversation. You know, and I think one of the things that I would just say, you know, I just said we could do is we could see him in a year, and then just to kind of put something out there. I mean, he could serve. He could look at. We could look at some different step down options at that time, even though he has got that consecutive sentence to serve, so that, you know, could be a move to a different medium site or minimum site, whatever, even in other areas. I think he, in fact, at one point had one of his plan. I'm trying to remember whose was what, but maybe looking at going to one of the other minimum sites in the system. But I mean, that could be, Red Wing. So I mean, those things could be looked at that point in time, but it does allow us to at least have some discussion about these things and the extent to which we're satisfied that has happened, and we can really ask our staff to refine that focus.
I would scheduling wise, that portion of that year is pretty deadly. Probably give yourself a little leeway there. You know, I would recommend more of a 10 to 14 month kind of opening there for scheduling, because in this, the conversation I think would be needed for this kind of judgment call for your own comfort's sake.
If we're talking about a date, yeah.
If you're talking judging empathy, apology letters, restorative justice, those kinds of things. I don't know how that scheduling of 1 year is a tight section in the schedule, so that's why I asked for some leeway. Like, at what point?
We could do something where you had that range and see where staff get, you know, how far that
you know, something whereas a facility, have them do a multidisciplinary team meeting with psychology, behavioral health at approximately the 10-month mark to determine whether the goals might need to be met before he gets scheduled. But we cannot we schedule 120 days out for notices. So you have to keep that capacity in there, you know, that 4-month capacity. So maybe they review them in 9 or 10 months, and then we'll get them on the schedule.
One question I have, excuse me, Becky, were you done? I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm finished.
One question I have is the victims, and how do we balance that? Because it's really a short period of time for them, and I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that. I'm just struggling with that.
I think it's around, you know, the opportunity for deeper engagement in this, and I think, you know, that it's never easy, but I think if victims choose to engage, it is that engagement. And I think, but some of the things that are being looked at here are the very kinds of things that, in general, victims oftentimes are interested in seeing people people do, like what is what is their level of acceptance of responsibilities in an unqualified sort of way, understanding of impact and some of those things. So, I mean, I think with our victim services unit, the staff can certainly reach out, and to the extent that people want to have that involvement, they can, and they can work with them, meet with us if that's something we wanted to do as well.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just for the sake of I'm gonna move on here. I'm gonna move 14 months just because I am mindful of the fact that we are just this is less about him, and I know it has an impact on him, but at the same time we're trying to balance everything. A 14-month continuance with the conditions that that the victim apology letter be completed, that the behavioral health and programming staff identify some responsive training around gender issues, gender kind of thinking, restorative justice in general, with some focus on victim impact, that the requirement that he remain discipline-free, which certainly hasn't been an issue. And then, that he continue the pro-social engagement around this, and that he really focus on this release plan side, especially as it relates to that sense of a change in what has been a long-standing and deep and obviously loving relationship with his wife, but it's going to look fundamentally different as transition happens. And so just giving more deeper thought to that, I think, would be a worthwhile endeavor. Anything else people would have, we can certainly add, but I would make that as a motion and look for a second.
Second.
And there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote on this sheet. We'll go to Member Bray.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Ramstad.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 4 votes aye, no no's. The motion prevails, and 14-month continuance stands. Mr. Townsend, I know this is probably not what you wanted to hear. I know it's not what you wanted to hear today, but I hope you can see that where we're really focused, and that that where the areas that we really want you to double down over the coming period of time, and that assuming that you do well in this process, that the board would look at that review period, that review time of moving forward into more of a step down approach as we go forward. So I just want to make that clear. Any questions about that?
Okay, I heard a little bit of what you said. Would that be done here or somewhere else?
We'll talk with behavioral health there. Probably, I mean, we'll see where the best location. It probably will be there, but just because movement can come with other challenges in terms of delaying things. But we'll have some conversations with the team there, and you should as well.
Okay.
Because you heard loud and clear what it was we were looking for and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, sometimes movement right now becomes a problem because it just ends up meaning that you have to reconnect and develop new networks of staff and so forth. And so it probably would be there, but we'll have some conversations with them. Okay?
Is there any other options outside of here as far as, be able to accomplish the goals that you want me to accomplish?
You mean, are you talking about accomplish them in a different facility or outside
because Sometimes you'll give directives and the facility don't have those resources.
That's what we'll talk about. What I want to make sure though is that we maximize you know, the connections that you do have there, and that's, but if there is something that's better, we definitely will look at that and circle back with you. The team will connect with you. But I think this whole notion of what Becky talked about was some type of a multidisciplinary kind of approach, and really kind of looking at the range of things that the board has identified here, because there's a connection between them. I think would be helpful, and so we'll talk with the your case manager and the other members of the team there about what that next step looks like. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, Michael Wayne is next.
He's at the same facility, but he's in minimum, so that they're switching to a different area.
Thank you, everybody.
Vicky, I'm gonna take
Hey, yep, this is Dan. Is Vanderbeek there? Hey, this is Dan. Hey, I'm going to go down and grab Wayne and his family downstairs. Would you mind to, I don't know how to get it done, but they're going to use the elevator to get back up. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Behind the scenes, it's possible to mute the facility until everybody gets settled.
John, can you mute Lino? Thank you.
we're ready.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of Hearings and Release.
Hello.
Thank you for coming again. I appreciate seeing you all again.
Yeah.
We're here today to review Michael Wayne, who's present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are some other advisory panel members. We have member Christine Bray,
Hello.
member Cheryl Ramstad,
Hello.
member Andrew Larson on video,
Hello.
and one of our other members who is observing the process today, Mr. Don Struford.
Hello.
Mr. Wayne has his stepfather as an advocate present with him today at the facility, along with his mother, Mr. and Mrs. Latska. Our records indicate that on July 29th of 1986, in the city of Janesville, Minnesota, Waseca County, police responded to a trailer home and discovered the body of Mona Armendariz, an adult female wrapped in a blanket laying under her bed. She had been stabbed multiple times in the thoracic region of her body. The subsequent investigation showed that Mr. Wayne was at the home of the victim and seen going out of her trailer. On March 11th of 1987, Michael Wayne was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole by Waseca County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Wayne was reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 7 times between September of 2000 and August of 2022. Each time he was continued for another review in the future. Today's review by the board represents his 8th review after serving approximately 38 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on August 5th of 2003. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Wayne. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
All right. You've been through this and many times before. Can you talk a little bit about what you would like to see the board do today as a result of this meeting?
Well, I'd like to be seen as a person that has done pro-social programming. I've done a variety of different college programs. I've done everything I've been asked to do, plus more. And my hope is that I can go to one of the halfway houses to continue to show the positive person I am, the mature person I am, and just to contribute to society as best I possibly can, as well as learn some more about society. I've been working for Habitat for Humanity, building houses and doing all kinds of stuff, getting a lot of praises about that, and they'd offer me a position once I'm capable of going, so I do have employment waiting for me. And so basically go to the halfway house and figure out what my goal is from there.
Okay. Have you talked much about like what I know that you're close to finishing, but when you think about what it would look like after some level of halfway house placement, what are you thinking you would do?
Well, as far as employment, I would continue working for Habitat for Humanity. I would possibly find a residence, which might take a month or so to find people that were willing to allow me to live like in an apartment complex or something along that lines. And if possible, perhaps live with my parents until I get that established, and continue doing support programs. We'll work for recovery. Nystrom's and Associates work with us. Dan Kane and Mr. Wynn are other advocates, support groups for me. Power of People, Shane Ver. So I got a lot of support out there. I can attend, and I plan on doing that. I like to fulfill my empty time with doing programs or, honest things, good things, and just putting myself out there and building more support.
So, I just want to address a couple of things with you. That first, I want to just acknowledge the fact that, we saw the letter from Habitat where you've done incredibly well, and really deserve to feel proud of that, and that's been really good. But there are some areas that I got to say I'm confounded and have real concerns. And I'm just going to address really specifically where that is. And there have been some of the time where since you've been out there has been some small but notable challenges. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And so some of that is to be expected in transition and can become issues. But then, I see things like, I got to just tell you, I'm deeply concerned about some of the stuff that I've been, hearing about relative to education and accessing to materials that are not related to coursework. Because it strikes me as kind of gamey and outside of that whole notion of demonstrating doing well. And so that I just got to tell you that concerns me, and I really want to hear your response to that, and explain to me why I shouldn't be concerned about that.
Okay, I appreciate your bringing this forward, and I would also question as well on the situations. However, there's nothing to be concerned about, although I appreciate your concern, is that out of the 13 college programs that I've completed since I've been out here and current ones that I'm doing now, there are, out of the 13, there was a lot of issues, or not issues, but aspects of each course that had to do with gender, race, sexual orientation, sexuality, sexism, transgender, feminisms, and all that other stuff. And we have to write stories about that and learn and pick and choose topics on that. They have a program called EBSCO. I'm not sure what the acronym stands for. But this program, what is it? It's a database where you can request for materials of similarity to the topics that you're doing. And EBSCO provides this warning in here. It's not really a warning. It says that you may get false drops. And so what you're doing is you're typing in like transgender, you're typing in a author or a genre or something like that. So when you're typing it in, you have on the left-hand side, there's links, and you click on those links. You have no idea what those links are. And once you click on it, they go up to the search mechanism at the top, and they come up. They're peer-reviewed. DOC reviews it as well as the college to see if it's something that's appropriate. And so you're blindly not knowing what that article is. And so EBSCO, their particular notice here says you may get incorrect results or false drops. Example, if you are searching for the psychological aspects of depression in children, you may receive records that have nothing to do with the topic, such as this title, American Lives, and stuff like that. So it's inadvertently created, links to areas that we have no idea what they are. And I know, as well as other people know, is you're going to get things that are not even close to what you're looking for. And again, I've been through over 13 plus programs of different college courses that have a lot of those topics in there, as they are mostly discussed now in this era. And so it was not my intention to find things that are inappropriate, because I know they go through two different entities to, screen them. The other issue was when I was on the grounds crew, I felt that, I am responsible for speeding with the lawnmower, trying to get the job done quicker and stuff. But I also had gotten on the boss's nerves because I was constantly asking questions, trying not to go into the wrong areas, because I don't want to get in trouble. Being vague on the description of the areas he wanted me to go, it was confusing for me because I wasn't getting a full message, so I would always ask and recheck again, because one day it's one thing and the other day don't go there. And so I was doing the best I can to ask questions from my the guys I've worked with and stuff. And so I always ask questions, and sometimes I ask too many questions, or just making sure I'm on the right page with everybody so I'm not going to get in trouble.
What do you think is the biggest concern, the biggest issue that you are thinking about, or that you give thought to around the challenges you might face in a transition?
Well, at first I thought being working in the community that I don't know anything about, that was pretty big. I started to get used to it, to work in the community, start working with volunteers and teaching some skills to volunteers in my job performance. I thought maybe motion sickness, and I got over that. Just basically, I think my biggest fear is if I get put in a halfway house that's too far away from my support, like We'll Work Recovery or something like that. Guys were telling me how many buses you'd have to take, and I'd be worried about catching the bus on time to get to a certain location. I think that's probably the biggest thing, to make sure I'm on time. And so I've created this habit of being in a location as early as I possibly can, like a half an hour early if I'm able to, just so I can make sure that I'm on time, because I don't want to be late for anything, especially when you're seeing probation officers and stuff like that. I went to work today. I asked my boss last week and reminded him today if we can be back early enough so I can make sure I'm on time to see you guys. My parents are here. Just trying to make sure I'm on time for the stuff that I have to do. I make it priority to be available as best I can.
How do you weigh or think about your life sentence crime also had a sex crime component to it, and obviously that becomes a consideration. And have you adequately, do you think, addressed and gained the kinds of insights into yourself and your thinking and risks that may be associated with sexual offending and issues around how you might mitigate the risk associated with any type of future sexual violence?
I understand the concern about the sexual nature of the offense, And so what I try to do is not be the type of people that I've been around with for all these years. I don't look at myself as trying to be a predator, stalking people or any of that stuff. And if I get the wrong signal of a person, a female perhaps, I will go a whole different direction because I don't want to be associated with that lifestyle. The people that I intend to be with as far as support on the outside is they're going to be law abiding. They're not going to be hanging around talking about women about this or the guys about that. I don't want no part of it. So I abstain from being around that type of a crowd. And that's why I pick and choose the people I hang out with in prison or other lifers that want to talk about this and that. I try to stay away from that type of behavior because I don't want to be recognized that. And they always say you're guilty with the people you're around. Well, if they're law abiding and they're not about all that stuff, then I will hang around with those type of people. However, if somebody wants to discuss something, they have an issue with something, whether it's a sexual thing with their wife or something like that, I'll sit and listen to them and give them the best advice I possibly can, but it's not the type of people I want to hang around with.
So, and I understand that desire to kind of manage and maintain the kind of order or those kinds of rules for yourself, and the way things may appear, right? That who you hang with is indicative of who you may be. At the same time, I'm trying to get a sense of like what's on the inside around your thinking about this versus how you manage the way you may be seen. You know what I'm saying? How have you come to terms with that fact that this offense had a sexual offense connection with it? I understand that there's the dynamics around your level of acceptance of responsibility for the crime. But nonetheless, our concern has to be what's in front of us. And so insight into you and what this means does become important, at least to me.
Well, I know this, that I'm going to be law-abiding. I know people are going to be looking at me in a certain way, and they have their opinion. They're entitled to their opinion. I don't have no ill will feelings for anybody. I don't feel I have the need to sit there and defend my beliefs or anything like that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm just not going to be around those type of people that are involved with that. But I'm not going to hide the fact that I've been locked up for a murder and a sexual offense. Because I'm going to be facing it, even if I got a different job or even the job I'm lined up for me. They want to know. I got to tell them. I'm not going to lie about it, lie by omission. I'm just not going to be around that negative behavior.
Others have questions for Mr. Wayne? All right. What's it? Andrew?
I was just going to ask Mr. Wayne a question. So one of the items that's identified within the risk assessment is that you sometimes struggle, and I think even by your own acknowledgement, you struggle if you have too much downtime, and I may be overly simplifying it, but I think it kind of leads to your desire to keep yourself busy and productively occupied. So what what plans or what have you done to develop hobbies or things that can fill your time, because obviously if you were to transition into the community where you don't have the structure that correctional facility provides, there's going to be even more free time. So I'm just kind of curious what if you've developed any skills to kind of fill that void.
One of the things that I really enjoy doing is playing guitar. I'm a big music buff. You can ask me any questions on the rock area. I could tell you everything about music. So I really enjoy music. I know there's going to be some restrictions on what I can and can't do until I get off ISR or have it approved through case management or probation officers. I like to go for like nature walks, go check out the nature and see what it's like. So a lot of the times I work overtime and I get to go do different things like put mulch down on trails and stuff like that. And I really found a aspiration with that, or inspiration. And so maybe I can do some volunteer work. I enjoy doing things, helping people out. On my end, music, maybe walking around, riding bicycles around, getting some fresh air, doing some of the things that I believe I used to do when I was a young kid. I used to like going camping, and I just enjoy doing that. And maybe, I don't know, I'm not much of a video game person, but just positive people and stuff. And, and a lot of the things too, as I learned, is that a lot of these large support groups like We'll Work for Recovery, they do outings and different things like that. And that would be great. That'd be great to be around a lot of positive people and barbecues and meet new people, positive people in my spare time.
Hey, spending time with your family.
Oh yeah, spending time with my family here. My mom makes some good chili. I got to get some of that, But, family, I got family members I don't know. I'd like to get to know. And they're waiting for me, and family, all positive things, nothing negative.
Anything else?
Where do you anticipate finally settling when you get out?
Close to where my parents are. They need help, East Bethel area, Wyoming, anywhere around there, Cambridge, Elk River, other towns that are nearby there. Hopefully, within an easy distance in case something happens. And like my mom, she fell the other day. I could have helped her, she's been falling, and I feel bad. I want to be able to do things for them. They got work around the house for me, I'm eager to help out where I can, and just do what I can. East Bethel area, within maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes from there, wherever I can find a place.
How far is that from Janesville? Is that quite a distance?
Oh yeah, you're talking maybe 180 miles or so, couple hours.
Thank
yeah,
you.
And I want to add that in there too, about the former sheriff and their any of those people. Nobody has nothing to fear from me, and I don't have no ill will feelings or goals or anything for them. And I plan on staying way away from anywhere down there. I don't want nothing to do with the area down there. But yeah, there's nothing to fear about that. I promise you that.
All right. I'm going to, at this time, Mr. Wayne, I'm going to turn to your folks. I think this is going to be your dad. Is going to provide some thoughts related to this. Okay. Sir, you want to share with the board what your thoughts are and the things that you've seen in Michael over time?
Well, over time, he's progressed he's done an awesome job getting everything done that you guys have asked him to do, above and beyond. And he puts together all this stuff all himself. He's ready to move on, and but we're supporting him. He's welcome to stay at our house if he wants to when he gets out. He seems to want to have a place of his own so he can work, but he'll probably have to stay with us for a short time. And we're going to support him with any financial thing that he needs right off the bat, so until he gets established. And the family is waiting for him also. They're, like he says, we got grandkids and great grandkids and spouses that never met him. So we're 100% behind him. We're going to support him.
How will that be with I think it's great that there's family, but that's also a big change, right? That somebody who has not been involved in their life, all of a sudden he shows up. Do you anticipate that to just go smoothly?
You mean like at a Thanksgiving dinner he just appears?
I'm talking about other family members that you said have not met him.
We've talked about it. It's been talked about over the years. So it's going to be a surprise for everybody, but everybody knows about it too. So nobody has anything negative to say.
Are there any areas, and I asked this question of you, recognizing that your parents, and I was thinking about what my mom would say if somebody were asked this question about me. But what are is there anything that you say, if there's one thing I wish Michael would work on, it would be this?
Well, that's a tough one because he's been doing good at everything. He doesn't live with us, so we don't have we don't have a chance to parent him or guide him and stuff right now. But all we do is visit him once a week here, so I don't really have a good answer for you, other than what we've seen and how he's progressed through the years, and he's had a lot of people write him good reports and good reviews, and we're just proud of him, and we're hoping for the best. We're getting old enough now that we don't have, I call it, we're in the fourth quarter. We don't have a lot of years left in us, so we'd like to help him out as much as we can with the health we have left.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for folks? All right. Mr. Wayne, before the board breaks into just discussion and debate over next steps, I want to just provide an opportunity for you to make any last comments to the board prior to us moving into that discussion.
Okay. First, I want to thank the board members for being here today to listen to what has been provided. And I see this whole different type of a setup now with more members on the board. So things are moving forward on that. I do want to add, and I can't remember if I wrote it in the letter to you, that I passed my written driver's exam. I only got 3 wrong, so I was really happy about that. I was worried, really worried. But, I study just like all my college programs. I got A's in every single one of them, a real high percentage of A's. And I appreciate the concern about the F-School situation. There is nothing there that would make me fall backwards. I'm doing the best I can. And being the grade A student, my work shows for itself, as does my employment history. You've received my letters of support on that. My former trial attorney, Robert Schmidt, I'm sure you have that letter as well. I didn't elicit that. He wrote that on his own. Other than that, I really appreciate this opportunity, and thank you, and I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, at this time we will move into board discussion and debate about next steps. And so I would just turn it over to the board for any insights or thoughts.
Well, I for one.
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, go for it.
So, here's where I'm struggling, and I don't know, Commissioner, you may be able to provide some guidance here. So I know the legislature has kind of laid out some very specific things as far as the board, and if there are unmet treatment objectives, that sort of thing. And as I look through this material, I mean, there is an unmet treatment objective. Yet he maintains his innocence. So I'm struggling to square that part, and I'm guessing it's not new to you. So, so there's that part. Then there's the concern that you raised during the questioning about accessing material, and I mean, is the excuse that was provided is that a plausible excuse? Potentially, but then there are multiple instances of it. I mean, I'm just being honest, like that. I'm really having a hard time with that. Really hard time.
And I can't say other than the fact that we've struggled with this. Obviously, this is the 8th review. This has been something that certainly has been worked on and addressed and struggled with by more than just me previously, and I think it does become a challenge, and yet you can't. I look at some of the stuff around the ECRC side. I look at some of the stuff around the innocence claim, and then some of the research side around the fact that paroling somebody when they're after service of a sentence doesn't necessarily indicate that there's higher levels of risk for reoffense. And at the same time, I struggle because it leaves us to be in this place of we don't make the determination about guilt or innocence, and so I struggle with the same thing. At the same time, he can't get into treatment in the absence of an acceptance of responsibility, and treatment just doesn't work when that's the reality. And so this is the place where we find ourselves. And so I hear you.
Well, I agree. I completely agree, and I hate to take us backwards. But I was so struck when the PRT said he needs more time, he gets comfortable, then he trips up. And I was also struck by the statement of the Waseca agents. Like, that was a strong statement. And I think there's, because there is no sign of remorse because he doesn't admit to doing it. But that's not my problem. I want to see some recognition of what's going on, and I don't feel like there's any soul.
Yeah.
So
I mean, when I read some of the stuff over here, the statements about like the sheriff and so forth, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's 38 years.
Right.
And you can say today there is no concern, shouldn't be any concern by any of these folks. At the same time, it came up during the course of an interview, and so I struggle with that as well. And I'll just say that, when I asked about these individually, all of these things are relatively small kind of issues. And yet, I think it goes to that point of comfort and then kind of sometimes over response where, you may get defensive about things and those sorts of things. And I understand that, if you're going to if there's maintain your innocence and you are being asked to do all these different things at the same time, to your point, it's not our issue. And I, as I read through this, I was having a conversation with Becky. I was like, just be really clear. When I read some of these things, on the whole, I might have been on the whole willing to move him back in the medium when I look at this, and so that's my side of it as well, and that's where we've been struggling, and I think that's where we are, because he has done some things and he has shown some progress in many respects, and we've been able to manage him. When we started to ask the question about what do we do on the inside, right? The question about what do you do when you have somebody in medium, and there is no more really programming in light of the fact that there is an innocence claim. There's no place to start from the standpoint of looking at that. How do you manage that? And that's where we got to where we are. But as I said, and my here was, I'm confounded by this, and I don't know exactly what to do. I don't feel comfortable. I'm not comfortable with it's time to go, and yet I want to make sure that whatever we do has some meaning.
So have the 8 prior continuances been largely because of denials?
Yeah,
it's more of the same, the behavior pattern.
Yeah, I think it's that stuff, and I think largely it is. It's the continuances are based on the fact that let's program to the extent that we can, find meaning, and then yet we butt up against the kind of the elephant in the room, so to speak. And that's where we sit today. And that elephant in the room is this, the acceptance of responsibility, the treatment mandate. And so I think the continuances are driven by that, largely.
Thank you.
And I'll just be really clear for me, and this has been the struggle, I think, and many times we've been in this at this crossroads, has been, do you give a shorter term of continuance, just knowing that we're going to be sitting here probably having this really hard conversation, or do you say, look, we're stuck, and as long as you continue to do well where you are, you stay where you are. If you don't, they're coming back in. And I think that's the place I'm stuck right now is, do we just lay out the fact that as it sits today, it's a 10-year continuance unless there is some way of an off-road to figure out how we do something different, because I don't know, and I think this has been the history for commissioners going back, has been how do we do that? And Becky, certainly I would welcome you just because you've been through some of this as well.
We did, and finally got ECRC to take a look, which normally doesn't happen until they have a date or closer to when we know there will be one. And so we went through both that with CD and SO treatment. And there's been a lot of discussion about it over the years. The conviction review unit, as far as I know, hasn't made a decision yet if they are going to review the case or not. I have heard nothing since 21, I believe, on that. They haven't responded. We are still needing to confirm BCA registration, whether or not that will be required. The other thing to note is the age of the offense and timing with ECRC and things like that it's from a while ago, so they have to do a little digging to make sure BCA-wise that fits and that suffices, but there will not be treatment. Either way, it would be, from my prior reviews, he has done what we've asked other than struggled in minimum. And so that puts, not that I'm the decision maker, but that puts me at a place where not yet, forward isn't the time yet based on the behaviors or the hiccups that have occurred. He did, if I remember correctly, and we could ask if we needed to, he may have been pulled back inside while they investigated one of the situations and then determined that he could go back out. So it was strongly looked at and reviewed, and there was a lot of decision making on that move. So I think more time and work on those positive people is one thing, but probably a little more thoughts on how are you going to deal with this when someone approaches you as your ECRC level and says something to you. How would you manage that? Those kinds of, maybe the insight needs to come out a little more. I don't know that we're going to get what we're looking for 100%. I just don't know that the capability is there. But I think there's some struggles there, and all I keep seeing is structure, and when that gets disrupted, then what? So I would want to kind of think about that when the structure isn't 100%, then what? I mean, whether that would be a bridge someday or wherever.
Did I read or am I making it up? It was somebody else. He does not qualify for ISR when he.
Oh yes, he does.
He does. Okay.
Oh yes.
Because what I keep going back to in my mind is he a risk to public safety? And I know the numbers say low, medium.
Moderate, yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just really concerned about that one thing only.
It's tough when it's a innocence situation. It's very hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like I have to disregard that I didn't do a thing because we don't retry a case. So I'm putting that aside and just looking at the situation.
But with that, you don't get that insight piece.
Yeah.
The impact, impact things.
Yeah.
And this was also a factor, I think, in the recent board of pardons process as well. And that when push came to shove, I think the board's position was they're not going to take a stand on an issue when there is a question of innocence.
Yeah.
And so they didn't get any traction there.
Well, I would make a motion deny parole and a continuance, and he can stay right where he is. I don't feel like he needs to take a step back. I'm just really nervous about taking a step forward.
Yeah. So let me ask the question. The question really becomes, as I look back, we go back to 2000. It was a 4-year continuance, an 8-year continuance, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. And another 2. So there's been a lot of 2s because I think this is this is where every decision makers have struggled over the years, going back to a lot of different folks who have had eyes on this.
Can I just add also, he's been at minimum now since November of 22 also.
And there's a little bit of information in the psych report too. I don't know if you all saw it about those concerns. That probably could be a little bit more spelled out as to how do you do that? How do you monitor those behaviors? Should they come up in the future?
Yeah. So I there's a part of me that I guess I'm and I've looked at all of this material. I guess I'm at a point of it's not my job to punish him, but I thought that's also that was the sentence that was imposed, and I don't see the merit of continuing to sit here in these awkward spots of saying, okay, let's just go 2 more years of the same thing. And so I'm at a place too where I don't he's operating, doing, and assuming that we don't have any more hiccups like this. He's totally fine. I'm totally fine with him being where he's at. He's having some success, at least on these crews, and regarded in that sense. And but I also want to be honest about the fact that, and this is me, and I won't be here, forever. And but I'm not willing to do it. I'm personally not willing to do it 24 months because I think it's a disservice to him. It's a disservice to everybody. And I'd rather be in a spot where we make it a 5-year or something like that, where at least it's clear where we sit, and that's the position, because we don't know what else to do but manage him in the best way we can. We can certainly look at what options there are programming wise, but I would also just say that from my perspective, and again, this is not something that would need the board's requirement, but I think if things like this, if even these small things continue to happen, I'll make the decision to move them back in, because I just think that that's fair. But at the same time, I'm not looking to punish them as long as we can move forward and just be honest about the fact that we're up against a problem of innocence and the acceptance of responsibility and doing what we need to do. So I don't know if you would be willing to accept that as a amendment. Yes. All right, and I would second that motion. So we have a motion and a second for a denial of parole and a continuance for a period of 5 years, with the conditions that Mr. Wayne continue to participate in pro-social programming to the extent that he can, and continue to work on gaining insight in the broadest sense around his connection, involvement in this offense, and I think also just we can make arrangements for him to get additional feedback as to this also notion of what puts him on the more moderate side of the risk spectrum, so he can get that feedback in the event that that's something he wants to further explore, and remain law-abiding, but know that I think we're up against the problem of the innocence claim and the programming requirements that would need to be put in place. And any other discussion on this?
I'd just like to know what we're going to be looking for during that 5-year period. It seems to me a long period, and are we just looking at kind of throwing away the key, or are we looking at specifics that we'd be judging propriety, and could we do that in a lesser period of time?
I mean, I wish, again, I think the issue for me becomes this presumption of if this is the offense for which he's convicted.
Yeah, I know.
And then the treatment need requirement is there. That's where the struggle comes, right? And because I think effectively, I think you're right. The decision that we're making today is about management. It's not about what the future looks like. And I think the future, it would change for me if we could address the issue of his accountability, acceptance of accountability and treatment. But you don't have that case. And I think we have had cases, I'll just say that we have had cases in the past where people have not had treatment directives and have had innocence claims, and we have managed them in different ways. The difference here is we are up against some of that requirement around follow through on treatment if it's required, and that's based on the offense.
Maybe I can just add a little bit of information here. It might help. So one of the things the board has to look at, and I think this is what member Andrew Larson was getting at, in statute, one of the requirements is if there's a need for treatment, you aren't allowed to grant a parole without it.
Right.
So the question is, the statute won't allow parole. So
there's a question, however, I think, around the need for treatment.
Right.
And that there's a determination there that as both an assessment determination, and there is also an element of this that is board determination. And I think this is where the struggle, this is where I'm up against this. And when I think about this, for me, I'm not willing to waive what was put in place based upon the offense history, recognizing that ECRC may have him as a 1.
But he, in addition, was assessed for treatment, sex offender treatment, and denies, so they can't accept him.
Right. That's the issue.
So it's somewhat, your hands are tied as board members.
And that's a little bit where I was at with it as well. And even, to be honest, even without the statutory language, I would have a real hard time considering the offense, the treatment mandate, but with the statutory language especially, that's what really raised the question for me.
Does become the challenge.
And maybe the push is more about the conviction review unit. If he and his attorneys or whomever can get that reviewed, it's not up to us to do that, but
right.
Then that will become a different story.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second for a 5-year continuance with the conditions as were previously laid out. Hearing really no other kind of suggestions, at this time I'd call for a roll call vote on the motion. Start with Member Bray.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Wayne, I know this is a tough pill for you to swallow, but I think you kind of get a clear sense of where we are. And I'll just tell you that even when we did the last review, there were, which I was involved in, that I had thoughts about this before, that maybe it was time to really make the long call, and I didn't. And so I felt, that today it was necessary to do that. I know that's hard for you to hear, but if the innocence side is the issue, I think, having the letter that was provided by your attorney and work to try and give focus to either the Innocence Project or the Conviction Review Unit are really the remedies that you have available to you. But absent that, I would just really expect that you to remain discipline-free and continue to do the positive things you are both in school academically and participate in that, and as well on the on your efforts with Habitat for Humanity. Any questions about that?
Yeah, I have a few questions. I don't want to sound like I'm going against anything like that. The law that I was sentenced under back in the day, rehabilitative program didn't exist. Falls under Rudd versus Fabian, where I can't be sanctioned for refusing voluntary programming. But the other thing too is that if you look at the risk level, I know you've discussed it and stuff like that, a 0.1, it's the lowest one, ECRC, and all that stuff. And not being a civil committable person, and my MinStar scores is quite, intriguing, to the benefit of me. If a person were going through treatment, wasn't that their goal, to bring their score down so they're not a risk to society? And I don't see myself as a risk to society because I refuse to admit to a crime that I believe that I had nothing to do with. And evidence shows that support. So now it's showing that it doesn't matter, whether a person claims this or claims that. And 5 years is a hard pill to swallow. And my parents might not be around, that much longer. And I'm struggling, and now I can't visit them because nobody really knew about this 2-year thing where you got to renew your visiting thing. So I got to wait at least 2 months for them to get back on my visiting list.
I'll take care of that because I'll take care of that issue. I didn't know that was an issue. I'll take care of that problem.
They are my support. They struggle even walking the end of the driveway up here, and it's hard to see that.
Yep.
5 years is a long time, and you even brought it up just a few moments ago, saying that, look, I'm being, sanctioned, for this. And, and I've been waiting, 3-4 years now for the Conviction Review Unit. I don't know how much longer that's going to take. I can't challenge anything in the courts, even though, my old trial attorney stated this was never brought up. And then the judge that didn't get questioned and made the comment back in at the commutation hearing, he was in support of my release on commutation from Waseca County, John Kajacob. He states he supports the commutation that would allow for release. Notes that Mr. Wayne has served 36 years of imprisonment and has taken actions to better himself. Also expresses concerns why the claim that 2 jurors had made a mistake not followed up on,
So can I just want to address. So first of all, I want to be clear that one, I didn't say the desire was to punish you. I said it not trying to. The question around voluntary programming, we're not talking here about voluntary programming, and there are some elements of statute that demand that if programs have been identified as necessary, that they are not voluntary, that they have to be completed. I don't want to debate. I don't disagree with you that 5 years is a hard pill to swallow. I also feel very bad for your parents, and know that this is a disappointment for them. And I hear loud and clear what your dad said, that they want to be in a place to help you. I think what I would ask is that you also use the gift of imagination to understand the perspective from our standpoint. There was a woman who was murdered and left behind with a curling iron penetrating her, and a horrific crime for which you were fully convicted and committed. And ours is not the role of looking at and reviewing that evidence and making determinations about it. But along that way, there has been an assessment and a need for you to complete treatment. And if you believe that in any way, shape, or form that your rights are being overlooked in accordance with previous case law, then I would absolutely, in all honesty, encourage you to pursue remedies to address that and challenge it. I don't have any problem with people ever challenging the decisions that are being made in accordance with the law or case law. So I want to make that clear. But I also need you to understand the awkward and the difficult position we find ourselves in. Again, our job is not to, I think, determine anything more than the fact that we have to feel comfortable with that release. And that release is really conditioned in many respects on the need for treatment. And that's the position we're up against. And so I think I would encourage you to take all steps necessary you can to either re-engage conviction review or other innocence programs, and see what options you have. But beyond that, we're just not in a position to debate the discussion today.
So my other question is that why 5 years? I mean, what's going to happen in 5 years? Other than me doing what I normally do to be the best person I could possibly be, why a 5 instead of, because you said I had multiple 2s. Now it seems like I'm stepping back. Why not like 12 months?
And so again, I want to be clear about, so that we end up in the same position where the board members are sitting here looking at each other trying to figure out what to do next. That's the problem we have, Mr. Wayne. It's not about the fact that you might do just fine, but we have this kind of unmet issue out there that we just cannot, a hill that we can't get over. And I think that's the issue. And that has been the issue going back for many, many years. And so I think that's the problem we're up against. 12 months really doesn't address the problem. Now, if there becomes some change in terms of acceptance of responsibility, which I don't anticipate at all, or there is some action taken through litigation or conviction review or whatever it may be, that's an entirely different remedy. But I don't want to be in the same position we are today 12 months from now, and that's my fear. And I don't, if doing treatment is the core issue, that's going to be where we're going to be in 12 months. Okay.
So Michael, I just want to repeat that it's not the time to debate. We have to move on with our meeting. Certainly you can speak with your caseworker, and we can have further conversations after you get your disposition letter if needed.
So am I going back inside, or?
No, I didn't. I was clear about the fact that you're going to remain there as long as you continue to do well. That's where you can stay. That's a departmental decision anyway, and that authority really rests here. That we certainly want board input on that, but things appear, at least right now, like they're going well. terms of your work, so I'm not looking to move you back in. Now, I say that because, you know, don't self-sabotage yourself here either.
No, I
Where, just word of caution, don't sabotage. Do what you continue to do, the good stuff you are doing. Take advantage of the things you can while you're there, and you can remain where you are. Okay? With that, I'm going to bring this to a close, and thank you, and I wish you the best.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we do need to stay live to finish our meeting.
Yep. So with that, we're going to go back to the change in the roll call. First, I would seek a motion to approve the August 27, 2024 meeting minutes.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. We have one online.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all four votes in favor. Second, we have received a discharge application from Mr. Wickern. Mr. Wickern has been on parole for a long time, and he has applied and sought discharge from parole. He was initially paroled in 1990. And became eligible for parole in 1989. He had that was during when the life sentences were 14 years. He went out on work release, and you know he had a restructure in 1995 for a gross misdemeanor, and then he had a restructure in 1999 where he was given a sentence for 30 days for felony in possession. That was in 1999. Since then, he has had, no violations. Beginning in 2020, the agent really had recommended back to the department that he be discharged with consultation with the victim's family, and. At this point in time, we're looking to move forward with discharge. Now, the agent did say that they have attempted to kind of make some contact with the victims. There also is some intellectual capacity issues that exist today, and at this point in time, I think the agent that would recommend he had trouble completing the discharge application.
Correct.
And so. At this point in time, I think the question really is for us. There's no clear public safety threat. He is effectively aged out of a lot of that, and so the question before the board is, would we move or support an action of discharging him from parole?
I move we discharge him from lifetime supervision.
Is there a second? A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Andrew?
I would oppose it.
Okay. So there's a 3 votes in favor, 1 vote opposed. And in this case, discharge would be granted. The second matter is the matter of Mr. McMaster. Mr. McMaster, as you recall from last time, is the man who is currently in Canada. He is requesting that we would grant parole, which would then make him eligible for parole consideration by Canadian authorities, with a plan that he would also then move. His plan, I think, is looking to move to Wisconsin. The background here is that he had been sentenced for first-degree murder of a deputy sheriff in Roseau County, He was, there was a number of exchanges where he was in different locations. In 1993, he was transferred to Canada by treaty to undergo prosecution for 3 homicides committed there. In January of 97, he was subsequently convicted of 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter in Canada and remained subject to parole. In 1994, the commissioner at the time, an advisory panel reviewed McMaster's initial 14-year review and continued for 8 years. And in 2002, it was it was determined that he would be indeterminately continued until he was available to the Department of Corrections. McMaster's has yet to apply for parole in Canada. He's been in custody for 46 years. His minimum parole eligibility date on his sentence occurred in 1998. He is now 67 years of age. So the question before the board is to whether or not we would grant or deny him parole in Minnesota to make him eligible to Canadian.
He is asking if he could have a parole review in Minnesota to consider whether or not parole would be granted.
So he wants simply a review at this stage?
He wants to know if the board would be willing to review to consider parole from his Minnesota sentence, because that's been running as he's been serving his time in Canada. His last correspondence was, until you apply for parole in Canada, we're not going to review you. He is now asking because we now have the board. And he wants to know if the board would be willing to review him to consider parole from the Minnesota sentence.
Do we have any indication of what Canada is looking at or what would happen there?
He hasn't applied for parole, according to what the documents they've sent me a few times over the years. Some medical concerns, positive attitude, but held up from progressing lower in their system because of the Minnesota hold.
Oh.
But he can apply for parole at any time in Canada.
And has that not been the case for actually quite some time, that he's been eligible to apply in Canada and has not?
Yes.
It feels like he's attempting to circumvent what
he does. He has plainly advised me, because I did advise him that, yes, he would originally come back to Oak Park Heights facility until we knew how he was doing before he would go to a lower custody facility. He does not want to come to a maximum security prison in Minnesota. And that is his reason for not applying for parole.
That was kind of my understanding too.
Yes, that's what he's written to me and said through his attorney. So we do, as you know, see people who are out of state for reviews. It's just a question of whether or not you want to change the last response he received about when he's paroled from Canada. We will see him.
I think this is just because of the international nature of it. These are much more challenging and complicated.
Yes.
Just because there's a whole bunch of things that have to happen when you have international cases like this. So I just will say that I'll leave.
He's not an interstate compact like our person in Utah today.
Right, that's very different.
Not what he is. It was by treaty that he went to Canada during his Minnesota sentence.
So if we acknowledged and granted an opportunity for review, we'd have him on the screen? Is that what would happen? It'd be a hearing like we've been having?
Right, that's what I would envision, unless all of you.
Do we need a motion here? Or?
Yeah, I think it would would want a motion on this one.
So I would move to deny his request.
I would second that. We have a motion and a second to deny his request. So that would mean to continue him on this. He's not available to Minnesota while he is serving out that time. Because I would feel so much better if I knew just from a discussion standpoint, if I knew what Canada was going to do, it would really make a big difference.
And I'm sure they're in the same boat. I will say that our legal team, back when they made the decision to say he was unavailable, has since rotated through with time and not necessarily willing to put it out there that he's unavailable per se because of our now video opportunity.
The technology.
Yes. So it would be more about, I would suggest more about if it's a denial for a review, is it because until your parole?
That would be, yeah, I mean, I would.
Because we can't consider parole.
Yeah.
That fair motion to make that more clear, and I would support that as a second on the second side.
I don't want to change what you're doing. I just want to
but just make it clear, right? You're just trying to make it clear that makes sense. Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the table. Roll call vote. I'll go to Member Bray.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. 4 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. And that request is denied. At this point in time, we want to just see if there is anyone who has any interest in public comment, and we have none here. I would just note that the next meeting of the Supervised Release Board is on September 24th here at 12:15 to 4:30. And with that, unless there's anything else that members have, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
And that's second, and we are adjourned.
Is the 24th that there are no victim?
Thank you, guys.
hearings that morning?
All right, guys, that was it. That was it for this hearing. Really appreciate you guys tuning in to You Have a Collect Call From. And if I have a little bit more time, maybe I'll get another one up and going. And like I said around here, lights like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, we are out. Rato.